Okay, good morning. I hope you... Okay, good morning. I hope you survive to the dinner of yesterday. It's too loud. Hello? Okay. And we are going to start the scientific section of today. It's going to be chaired by Gunther Koch. Thank you, Gunther, for this. And I would like to summarize the section that we have to reshape. We have reshaped quite now. So we have Elliot Flores, and then Caterina Unai, Steiner Bodo, and Ines Clem. Is it right? Okay. I leave the floor to Gunther. Thank you especially for this changing all the things, and I give you the mic.
Well, this is a real challenge, to be honest, because it was organized on the fly. Some of the contributions I even don't know what the content is for the moment, but I will learn. First of all, I want to welcome everybody, in specific the students, which are more or less seated in the back rows. And as a matter of fact, we should also say that we have some translation support from a colleague from the University of Catania. Could you show up that they know who you are, in order that, just in case you have problems in getting the English presentations being translated to Italian, or if you need some support in the translation, please contact her. Thank you very much for your service to go for the interpretations. Well, as has been said, the sequence has just been decided. I must say this is a conference which is to me most amazing, because so much improvisation I never ever have experienced in my life. So I hope that I will get through the session. And the sequence to start with, the first presentation will be with Elliot. Elliot is a key member of the World Capital Institute. He came from Puerto Rico, and I'm very happy to have him with us, because it's a long way to come here to Ragusa. And I know Elliot since ages. I don't remember exactly, it must be 20 years ago that we met the first time in Vienna. And he was so kind, I think it was in 2010, to invite me to Puerto Rico. And on this occasion I also learned that Puerto Rico is the manufacturing side of the pharmaceutical industry of the United States. You people may know that. That's an island where a lot of investment had been made in industrial production of pharmaceuticals. And this also brings Elliot to his presentation, which is headlined "Manufacturing Ingenuity in the Medical Devices Industry of Puerto Rico." It's not only pharmaceuticals, it's evidently also medical devices. So, Elliot, you are the first one to take the micro, and please start with your presentation.
Just a moment. Thank you for this opportunity to share partial results of an ongoing research I am conducting at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras, with the support of my graduate students from the Information Science Master's Program of the College of Communication and Information. Thank you. This research documents several case studies, identifies lessons learned, and provides insights on the research and development, what we call R&D, activities of the medical devices industry in Puerto Rico. We have examined relevant literature, interviewed several medical devices companies, executives, and trade organizations and government leaders to research this topic. We also visited all the companies profiled in our study. Medical devices manufacturing is one of the most stable and productive economic sectors on the island since the 1960s, and it helps to attract, retain, and reduce migration of nearly 100,000 highly educated STEM talent, fostering social and economic growth in several urban and semi-rural regions of Puerto Rico. It also brings hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign investment from the USA and Europe to the island, and inserts Puerto Rican talent in global innovation teams. This presentation addresses how the knowledge economy in general and R&D activities in particular can make a larger contribution to Puerto Rico's economy and to support the betterment of the island's infrastructure, educational, and innovation ecosystems. Puerto Rico's evolution from a primarily agrarian to industrial and advanced manufacturing economy started around 1960 as a government strategy known as Operation Bootstrap, aided by generous federal and state tax incentives. And Puerto Rico today still is the third largest biotechnology manufacturer in the world. And with more than 2 million square feet of biotech manufacturing space. Despite the great challenges faced by the industry in Puerto Rico, as of 2020, biomedical exports still represent 84% of all the exports from the island, amounting to over $50 billion in trade dollar value, as reported by the U.S. Census. Even though we have fewer pharmaceutical than medical device plants, the trade value of pharmaceutical exports surpasses medical devices and any other export from Puerto Rico. It's like 45 to 5 in terms of the export. And Puerto Rico led U.S. exports of pharmaceutical and medicine manufacturing in 2020, accounting for over 19% of total U.S. exports. Now, the medical devices industry was impacted in Puerto Rico as much as the pharmaceutical industry on the island by the loss of specific federal tax incentives called Section 936 between 1996 and 2006. That was a phase-out period of 10 years. But we observed steadier recovery in the medical devices sector. Medical devices manufacturing is more employee-intensive than pharma, which leads to the creation of more jobs. Puerto Rico plays a significant role in the medical devices sector, producing over 2,500 different kinds of products, many of which are life-sustaining. The island also has the highest concentration of medical device expertise in the U.S., with 5.5 times more employees than the national average. And the medical device industry has approximately 35,000 direct employees and between 90,000 and 100,000 jobs supporting this sector. Now, this is a view of Puerto Rico. Advanced manufacturing and R&D companies offer really good jobs, and they bring highly educated employees and managers throughout all the different cities and areas of the island, including rural communities and small towns, strengthening the local economies and helping to support the development of cultural and economic activities beyond the metro areas. And there you can see the different statistical metro areas in different colors, and The blue area is on the top is basically the San Juan area. That's where most of the economic life of the country is. All those black dots represent medical device manufacturing plants, some of them employing 1,500, 2,000 people in towns of 15,000 inhabitants. So imagine the kind of power, economic power they bring, the kind of schools that are put together, the restaurants and the cultural life that is actually brought about. And some of them are high in the mountains, others down in the south. And the way the incentives were designed managed to get these companies to open far away from the ports and far away from the main highways and cities. And that's a unique advantage. Now, thanks to the huge presence of the medical device companies, many opportunities also arise to grow the professional ecosystem that supports them, greatly benefiting the knowledge economy and also helping to retain qualified talent in country. This table shows a partial list of Puerto Rican and foreign companies established on the island to provide support services for biomedical companies. Some manufacture components, others produce packaging materials, and others provide sterilization services, among other specialized services. Now let's get into the subject matter of my interest, R&D. The medical devices companies in Puerto Rico excel in two types of R&D: manufacturing process development and creation of new products. While product development is usually conducted by international research teams, Puerto Rican experts collaborate with fellow scientists and specialized personnel around the world to handle the highly complex, lengthy, and expensive processes related to medical devices innovation. A few companies have dedicated R&D personnel, while most split the time or their highly skilled personnel between manufacturing and research activities. It is important to dive now into specific examples of how medical devices companies operate on the island to get a wholesome impression of the impact they have in the community, in patients' lives, and in the market. Let's discuss a couple of case studies we're working on. I forgot to mention, this research is part of a larger project. I should be publishing a book next year on this area, and we are working with about 8 different companies doing case studies. Today, I'm just going to highlight 2 of them. Let's start with Boston Scientific, a global leader in medical technology. We can trace its origins to the 1960s in the US, and they have focused on devices and therapies to diagnose and treat complex cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, oncological, neurological, and urological diseases. Now, let me see if I can show this short video so to give you a better feeling for it. Okay, welcome to. This is on a different page. Let me see if I can move it. Yeah, magic. Okay, bring my mouse. Gentle touch. There. Jeez.
To Boston Scientific. Our mission is to transform lives through innovative medical solutions that improve the health of patients around the world. Our core values provide the foundation to work together across our global supply chain to plan, source, make, deliver, and service high-quality products. We are a manufacturing site with 5 main controlled environment areas that support cardiac rhythm management, neuromodulation, peripheral intervention, endoscopy, and urology. Our collaborative office area allows our team a space to advance science through innovative technologies. We continue to evolve a culture of high performance by attracting, developing, and retaining diverse talent while giving back to our community. Because together, as one diverse, inclusive team, we fuel the growth of our company.
Siento agradecida con las personas que hicieron mi marcapaso. Me siento conectada a ellos. Sin ellos no podría llevar la calidad de vida que llevo.
All right. Okay, let me see if I can hide this. Okay. Wait. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. There we go. There, we're back. So the company has one R&D fellow in its Puerto Rico plant, and several other plant leaders also participate in business process development and product R&D projects in global teams. They also serve as advisors to other plants worldwide, with recent projects taking them to continental US, Costa Rica, and Ireland. However, Boston Scientific does not have a dedicated R&D department in its Puerto Rico operation. Innovation projects are tackled alongside production obligations, and it gets very hectic. In manufacturing engineering, the Dorado team designed a laser ablation process replacement. They sought to replace the laser ablation process used to expose lumens in polyurethane extrusions with a more sustainable and cost-effective method. And they developed a new process involving the fusion of two polyurethane extrusions using controlled heat transfer, eliminating the need for inert gases, helium, and reducing cost. In fact, this project is considered the most important cost-saving initiative currently at the Dorado plant. Another important development had to do with IT. They created a traceability design system known as TDS. It's a software tool developed to integrate manufacturing equipment with a traceability system, improving data management and process. At that plant alone, they have 29 people working in IT. So imagine that. It's like a company within a company. An example of medical device R&D at Boston Scientific is the development of the Ingevity lead, a cardiac device designed to be implanted in the heart to monitor and regulate heart rhythms. The Ingevity lead connects to devices like pacemakers and defibrillators, serving as the vital link between the electronic component of the device and the heart. That was created in 2014, and then after they got some feedback from the market and patients and so forth, they created a second version in 2018. And the development of the Ingevity lead in Puerto Rico is a prime example of Boston Scientific's iterative R&D methodology. Now, we close this section with a tale of two Puerto Rican companies which support the medical devices ecosystem and are distinguishing themselves with their R&D efforts. Ultimate Solutions started in 2005. They already have over 200 employees in multiple countries, and PDI is a smaller Puerto Rican company that entered into a joint venture agreement with Ultimate Solutions to engage in R&D. Manuel Soto is the president. He worked for 28 years in different plants, and he saw a need for automated inspection, which was very time-consuming with manual inspection or very limited with fully automated huge machines. And they worked together to create a new machine that includes artificial intelligence, robotics, and so forth. It's called ISAID. They already have 2 patents, and now they're running for a big contract with a major pharmaceutical company to make 50 installations of that machine around the world. And this is let me see, this video might be easier to show. This is the machine at work. I actually saw it there operating in Caguas. It actually takes each syringe by hand, right? And the challenge of doing R&D in Puerto Rico for small companies is that they had to use their own resources to pay for that investment, and because they tried to get some grants from the government, and it took forever, and they didn't get them. So, in closing, the future of the medical devices and of the pharmaceutical industries on the island is uncertain due to several factors, some beyond the island's control. Puerto Rico's government has been too slow to streamline its government bureaucracy, diminishing the ease of doing business on the island, which makes Puerto Rico less attractive to investors and less competitive than other states and countries pursuing the establishment and expansion of biomedical companies. The power grid of the island is in shambles, forcing advanced manufacturing companies to invest millions of dollars in the creation of cogeneration infrastructure with natural gas, propane gas, diesel, and solar systems. You saw that in the video. Because they just can't rely on the local utility for reliable, quality, and affordable energy. This burden increases operating costs significantly and endangers business continuity for these companies. The federal government is entertaining dramatic changes to its corporate taxing policies in the U.S., some led by ideological drivers of the incoming Republican administration, Trump, and others in response to the international movement towards a global minimum tax of 15% for big corporations. Depending on how these new policies are defined and on which protections or carve-outs are Puerto Rico, if any, advanced manufacturing on the island may be decimated or it may be given room to grow. The U.S., as the rest of the world, lived through difficult times during the recent COVID pandemic because of its dependency on biomedical manufacturers in Europe and in China. And while concepts of onshoring and nearshoring are taking hold as a matter of national security, Puerto Rico is competing with continental U.S. states and with Latin American countries such as Costa Rica and the Dominican Republic in proximity to the U.S. There's no agreement in place to prioritize Puerto Rico in reshoring initiatives. So to close, our research suggests that the medical device industry has a significant space or opportunity to grow its R&D activities on the island, to dedicate more personnel to innovation work beyond manufacturing activities. We have excellent incentives for corporations to invest in R&D, even as we endure persistent electrical infrastructure challenges. Increasing R&D investments and activities grows the knowledge economy of Puerto Rico and helps to keep and grow medical device companies in country. It also helps to grow the innovation ecosystem, fostering the establishment and growth of specialized companies supporting them. The potential growth in Puerto Rico of advanced manufacturing in general and of the medical devices industry in particular is not assured by any means. Several threats looming the horizon, requiring urgent and decisive action by the Puerto Rican and federal government. So, as of January 2025, both Puerto Rico and the U.S. will have brand new governments. We need to wait and hope that they can agree on prioritizing advanced manufacturing of medical devices and pharmaceuticals on the island, making the required investments to improve our infrastructure and to properly fund the academic programs that nurture these companies. Furthermore, these economic policies would be considerably more impactful if they provided renewed tax and other incentives to protect Puerto Rico's standing against foreign competing jurisdictions. And finally, we would greatly benefit from promoting a significant increment of R&D activities by these companies' operations on the island, including joint research projects with universities. We just can't wait to find out what happens. I want to finish just acknowledging that this research would not have been possible without the endorsement of the Board of Directors of the Medical Devices Cluster of Puerto Rico and the financial support of Invest Puerto Rico, Sartorius, the Puerto Rico Science, Technology, and Research Trust, and Boston Scientific. And I must recognize that this presentation actually contains contributions from graduate students of my classes at the College of Communications at UPR. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Thank you very much, Elliot. I think this contribution is of importance to the local decision makers, because what we learned from your exercise is that it took some 30 years or even more until from the very beginning a industry has been developed, in this case in Puerto Rico, and since I'm living in the Canary Islands, I know that islands have specific conditions in order to establish some kind of economic development. The message to this place here, we are talking about Ragusa, and the engagement of Pierluigi Catalfo and these people here who really are concerned about getting this region to be developed in the future. I think we would offer now that you would be available for further debates. We have not the time to have question and answer session now. I'm sorry for that because we are scarce in time, but you should be a figurehead now for the discussion.
It will be my pleasure.
To Pierluigi in order to discuss what can be done and how has it to be done in order to start from R&D, from science. And since we have some students here, they should be motivated to think about the future of this place, of this region, and how to develop. It starts usually very little, and you said it with some 30 people at the very beginning, and then it expanded to thousands of employments in your place. Thank you very much for this very instructive contribution. Now, since I said we are, okay, of course, since we are scarce in time, and since the whole thing has been reshuffled, we now have a sequence of presentations. Bodo, if you could already take your place here. Bodo Steiner, followed by Katharina Juhai. She should also be prepared to be the next one. Both of them, from different angles and different perspectives, will talk about building trust in, let's say, in your case, in economic developments, in specific in the agriculture and nurture development. We all know about the different greenwashing situations in the world, meaning we know about companies who try to sell themselves as being green, and it turns out later on that they aren't. And this is a matter of trust, if we can trust in these organizations, in these companies, that what they provide. In the case of Bodo, it's more about agricultural products. I just learned last night that he is a wine expert, so that needs to be said. And Bodo and Catherine will now give us a presentation on how to build trust by institutions, and I think that's the point you want to make.
Thank you. Ooh la la. Good morning, everyone. Thank you also for your flexibility that I was stuck yesterday in a plane because of ice. Hard to imagine when you look outside. I'm very pleased to be here, and it is about institutional trust. Let's remember that the Nobel Prize of Economics was given to a colleague, Acemoglu, about the quality of institutions, how they're important for us in terms of growth in different ways. When we here speak about institutional trust, we think of those institutions that are providing certification and labeling for sustainability. That could be your green frog in terms of Rainforest Alliance or otherwise, but these kind of standards we're looking at, that is the institutions behind the standards, and how does this help SMEs, in our case farmers, or not. That's why institutional trust refers to institutions that are providing sustainability standards to us as consumers eventually. The important name to remember here is Katharina. She's sitting in the audience coming after me. We have complementary projects and presentations, so I really also want to highlight and thank Katharina, of course, for her great work, as always. We are part with Jean-Pierre Improgiano, who is around and will present later, of a group, just to mention it, called Management and Organizations for Sustainable Food Systems, and there we look at issues of value chain management, organizational innovation and knowledge sharing, hence last night, and small business management. And this all under the umbrella of organization studies with that focus on how do businesses in the agri-food system work together, why or why not. To highlight on the top right side, we also ask ourselves what identities do companies have, how do they perceive themselves when they provide messages to us as a society about sustainability claims. And we also talk about, I can hardly read the slides here actually. We also talk, just mentioning the wine, we also talk about sustainability in the context of trust and the supply chains in Finland. Knowledge is an important topic to us because we talk about how effective are networking strategies among SMEs for regional cluster development. We talk about local stakeholder joint connections, networks, and how they can improve the effectiveness of local governments in the city of Ferrara, in Italy, in this case, to be more effective in implementing food waste reduction, circular economy strategies. Or we look at governments and how do knowledge-sharing discourses in parliaments reflect on issues that may go beyond single parliamentary and political party lines. Hence, we look at political discourses on sustainability topics, and specifically, this is in German, also on the economy for the common good as an alternative perhaps to the global reporting initiative. You may have heard of UN Global Compact and the likes. So sustainability and organization studies is our topic, and the presentations from myself, from Katharina, and from Jean-Pierre relate to a Horizon 2020 project that we wrapped up yesterday in Brussels called Making Agricultural Trade Sustainable, and I'm the coordinator of that project, and all our presentations relate to this. So Making Agricultural Trade Sustainable, briefly, is based on 14 organizations, NGOs, some of you will know some of the names, private entities and universities that are behind our project, and the work that we present comes from that. We're interested in the impacts of trade of agricultural products on sustainable development and human rights, with a focus on Africa, and that's why today we will give an example from Kenya. So very briefly, I will tell you, of course, why we believe this is important to talk about institutional trust, and then talk about methods, results, and limitations. Trust and institutions matter. Some of our work has been featured in The Economist, where we know that if we have a lack of trust in society, we will also have a lack into the very institutions providing sustainability standards to us. This is very clear and obvious, and we also know that local community-based trust, different trust measures, are important for SME performance. And we also know that if we are in return able to increase measures of equity in a country, across countries, income inequality, if we're able to reduce income inequality, this helps institutions to work better in their fiscal capacity, in their legal capacity. We have here evidence from 1870 up to today, a very long study. Trust matters for the functioning of institutions. This is the home message for me. And last but not least, we also know that trust matters when, in this case, the European Union provides an initiative to countries to specialize. In Europe, we have the Smart Specialization Strategy, whereby regions and cities are asked to implement strategies to be stronger on particular regional strength they already have. And we find, of course, you would say, as you would expect, that if you have business networks that are functioning and knowledge transfers that works in these local clusters, then the effectiveness of these policies, in this case European smart specialization strategies, is very high. However, we also know the effectiveness of knowledge transfer and adoption of anything in terms of institutional provided standards like sustainability goes down the drain if our networks are too close. We talk about embeddedness of networks, over-embeddedness. We talk about the dark side of social capital. And in Kenya, the dark side of social capital is corruption. That's an indication of an over-embeddedness of networks where knowledge transfer does not happen in the way we want. So greetings from us to Donald Trump. Hopefully we will not get to this map in the US anytime soon. We know also that when in countries formal institutions are not working, informal institutions, trust, can act as a substitute. It can help. So we asked ourselves, in Kenya, where we know that formal institutions have a problem, could some trust-based institutions help with the adoption of sustainability standards? Can it make it easier also for farmers to adopt them? So we have two research questions. Number one is, are the institutional providers of voluntary production sustainability standards? Think again of our green frog here, that is the Rainforest Alliance. They are also related to a standard called Global Gap. You will never as a consumer hear about Global Gap, but that's a production sustainability standard. So we asked ourselves, to what extent are these voluntary standards adopted, attractive by SMEs in a country with imperfect formal institutions? And secondly, in this context, to what extent is social proximity, spatial proximity, and cognitive proximity of those actors, SMEs, farmers, relevant for the adoption of those sustainability standards? We are looking at these regions outside of Nairobi, and I will not go into the details. Katharina will say more, but out of time and non-talking, we just look at survey data, more than 700 farmers, as you can see at the bottom, that we interviewed, and a number of logistic regression models and other models that we use, also GIS-based data. Standard models on the top, we will not go into the detail. I just want to highlight these issues or these measures that we talk about: spatial proximity among the companies, the farmers, organizational proximity, how close they are in their farm structure, and then how diversified they are in their businesses. This is also part of cognitive proximity. So without going into the econometrics, let me summarize the results and say, remember, the key question we asked was, what nudges the SMEs, what supports the SMEs to adopt sustainability standards? And organizational proximity, similar farm structure, does not help, does not nudge them to adopt these standards. Institutional proximity helps, you could argue, but in our case, strangely enough, for the avocado farmers, if farmers are receiving subsidies, that is, we think in our case, farmers that all receive subsidies are close, they are similarly treated by the institution called the state. The access to subsidy does the opposite. Actually, it discourages farmers, SMEs, from adopting standards. Maybe they use the subsidies for other things. Katharina will have some more things to say later. Social proximity, similar shared experiences among business practice, however, helps, supports SMEs to adopt. So, we're asking ourselves as a government, how can we help farmers to adopt these standards? How can we reduce transaction costs? How can we reduce compliance costs? And there are easy ways also here to say, well, just make sure that there is some exchange in terms of social proximity that would help. For the manga farmers, we find that whether the legal entity is similar or not, there's no benefit of being similar in terms of organizational proximity, in terms of legal entity. We find that in contrast, institutional proximity, again, we all receive government subsidies to help us perhaps to adopt production standards, sustainability standards, that increases the likelihood, in the case of the mango farmers, which is different from the other farmers, right? Just to say, policies must always be targeted very specifically at certain types of SMEs. You cannot go into the country, even like in this case in Kenya, and say, we will provide subsidies And this will lead to the adoption of standards. We even see here, among different types of farmers, mango versus avocado, that there's a difference, right? Policy effectiveness must be granular, really granular, looking at very specific contexts. And however, as we would expect, thinking also of our session yesterday, spatial proximity helps to adopt more sustainability standard. My final highlight is knowledge sharing among the SMEs is of course very dependent, is different based on different characteristics of different regions and communities. So for the avocado farmers, we find that farm distance does not support the adoption of sustainability standards. You know, that is spatially putting them together, or also for the government to support them through proximity in terms of extension services wouldn't help. But in contrast, mango farmers, for them, being in a knowledge cluster really supports the adoption of sustainability standards. So bottom line is, for the same sustainability standard, if you are able as a government, as also the provider, supporter of institution, if you want to help the adoption of sustainability standards, you really need to know which measures of proximity reduce transaction costs, reduce the compliance costs of the adoption of sustainability standards most effectively. Then you can, with a given dollar, make a much bigger impact if you account for those differences and the knowledge of different proximity measures, spatial, social, cognitive. So we really need to look in the detailed picture and understand the farmers. And finally, just to say about the limitations, I've talked about, you know, formal and informal institutions being substitutes. In this case, we haven't looked at that because, of course, we would need to contrast Kenya with countries with strong institutions, formal institutions. But that's another study. Clearly, our proximity measures have their limitations. There are selection biases in terms of participation in the survey, the usual things. And we have still a low number of observations, but still I think having more than 700 farmers giving us a voice is significant. So a big thank you from me and from Katharina, and that's it from me. Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry. Thank you very much, Bodo. And on the fly, Katharina will take now the mic. I won't give long explanations while she's walking to the microphone. I just want, for the laypersons between us, say that there are historical examples on the trust building, on the quality of products as we know it in the wine business, the denominations, and this reflects especially to the Sicilian wine production. For example, you all can read on the bottles of the wines what it means to have, let's say, a quality trust-building information. So this might be a more popular example, but it's an important example, I think.
When you think of the Michael Porter cluster type of analysis, there are very important and interesting studies from Italy, a colleague called Giuliani, to look at knowledge clusters in the wine industry and how that also helped to adopt new standards. She didn't work on sustainability standards, but that's really a topic, and I could talk more about this because also we've done some work on that one. So happy to talk more about wine if we have time later on. Thank you.
Catherine, please take the microphone. As I said, I don't want to make long explanations because Bodo already made an introduction.
Do you want to put it here? Bring the laptop here. Just put it here.
Do you want to have them? Okay.
Just do you want to have my slide turn, or you do it with the keys? Where's the USB? Okay, left, right. Easy.
Okay, stay. Take care. So Katharina will continue more or less the presentation, so I don't want to make a long introduction. Okay. Katharina, please start on the fly because we have little time.
Now we have our PowerPoint. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming for this lovely morning and our boring presentations. But today I would like to introduce our working paper, New Metrics for Sustainable Economics, how the global gap certification affects African small farmers, small-scale farmers, and the market access. My name is Juhai Katrina. I'm a research assistant at the University of Helsinki, and Bodo Steiner is my supervisor and also head of the research group management and organization of sustainable food systems, as he already said. So, super briefly today I would tell a little bit about the study area and our methodology, and then I would dive into the results and most important insights of our research. So our study is based on the MIES project on the Horizon 2020, which is going to its end and just had the final conference at the Brussels. So mostly it's focused on case study 11 for mango and avocado Kenyan farmers. And you can see more details, trade-related and reports at the website. So why did we start this research? Mostly because Europe has a high demand for the agriculture goods, right? We need food here, and European would like to pay really good price for organic and high-quality products. And it's also a win-win situation for small-scale farmers because they can get a better prices for their production. And there are huge variety of the papers on how it can promote and enhance the life, economic income for the small farmers, etc. But I think that we are looking at the prosperity of small-scale farmers from the wrong point of view. It's not about how much money they have or how heavy their bank account. It's all about the society connection, the knowledge they earn, that they have risk management strategies, and sometimes the policy, top-down policies, are focusing at the wrong direction or applying a general theory to the production or the groups of farmers which are not applicable and have zero actually effects. Also was the problem that we had a really nice survey, but it was so much different variables. For like 60 variables we got, some dummy variables, open questionnaire, how to put them in one model. So the problem of data normalization was there, and we were trying to figure out how can we put everything together and have some kind of reasonable results in this model. So after long consideration, we landed on the idea of using spatial and non-spatial proximities, because we also had the GPS location of the farms, and we was trying to use it somehow, and then we got 4 different variables for the geographic proximity and also non-spatial proximities. So this is our study area. Then, as we can see, we had 2 groups of farmers. First is Murang'a County is located 50 kilometers north from Nairobi, and they produced avocado. And then we had Makueni County, which is located 150 kilometers southeast from Nairobi, in producing mango. So we had 2 groups of farmers, 362 of mango producers and 349 for avocado farmers. And we used 3 different models for the robustness check. It was logit models, multinomial, pooled, and mixed and random effects, and all three models showed really consistent and good results, significant. So we transformed our GPS location using QGIS and Google Maps to calculate the proximities and distances, and then the other econometric analysis we did in Stata 18. So the general form of logit model, I think everybody knows. So our linear representation of the model. So proximity 1 means the distance from the farmer to a nearest town road. This is important because some farmers just selling their products only at the local markets. And then proximity 2 is the distance to the biggest market they're selling to the Nairobi. So we were trying to understand where do we need to focus if we want to stimulate the trade. Do we need to build the local roads, or maybe we need to help them to export their production to the bigger market? Then we had proximity 3 and 4, which are representing the distances between the farmers. How far they're from neighbors? Do they share their knowledge? How far the certified farmers from other certified farmers? And other proximities, they are non-spatial. For example, we had the livestock is a dummy variable. Does the farmers have the livestock at their farm or not? And then cognitive proximity is showing the knowledge of farmers and their farm diversification, and how many plants do they plant? Do they plant cash crops like coffee and oranges, etc.? So this is kind of a group variable. And social proximity, organizational proximity shows if the farmers are a legal entity, do they receive subsidies, etc. So let's see our results. First, let's see the geographic one. As we can see, for the avocado farmers, the proximity to the nearest neighbors was not significant at all. It doesn't affect their decision to be certified, and they don't share any knowledge, well, according to our data set. But for mango farmers, it was really important. We can see at the maps, for example, the red dots, it's our mango farmers, and we can see they located in group as the cluster. And the mango farmers located really far from the Nairobi. So the distance to Nairobi is really important for mango farmers, because the price for delivery is affecting the price for the production, and if it's too far, then nobody buys the product because it's too expensive. On the other hand, avocado farmers showed that access to the main road is really important, but the distance to Nairobi is only 50 kilometers. It doesn't affect their decision, and they're already having good prices, so they're not going to implement any risk management strategies like invest in certification their product, because they're already in good position from this point of view. Then we can see that the livestock is omitted for the mango producers at all, and this variable omitted because there is no way for a farmer to get certified if they have any animals or any livestock at their farm, and it goes from the requirements of the certification. There are lots of limitations, and the animals couldn't be nowhere near the product they're selling, for example, to Europe, and in order to certify it, it shouldn't be contaminated by any kind of disease. So those farmers who already have their livestock and they invest in it, they're not going to change their lifestyle, and they're not going to change their
Katrin,
farming.
I don't want to be unpolite, but I think this goes much too deep, to be honest.
Okay.
And not
This
doubting
is the
about the
result.
quality of your research.
It's the final result.
Okay, you should try to cut it short, also because we have little time now.
Okay. So, yeah, it was basically the last one. And also the social proximity was important because it's, final idea that avocado farmers getting lots of subsidies, they located in more favorable position for in order to the markets, and it's dissociate them from the implementing certification because they already have a good money and they just sit there and doing nothing, really rudely speaking. And for the mango producers, it was really important to have any additional income because they are struggling to actually make their farming experience profitable. And we proved also the proximity paradox, which means that those farmers who are already located and they have own life experience, they're not going to implement any new risk management strategies such as certification. Thank you.
I think we need to stop at this point in time, if you like, as said, not to be unpolite, but just to make it clear, the two presentations are related. The first one was building trust through institutions, and Bodo told me that the difference you made, he will explain in very short words.
No, I just wanted to, at the end, Katharina, you were so fast because we were nudging. First of all, the difference, this microphone is really, the difference between farmers that already are certified, right? We were looking at these proximity measures, and then farmers that were not certified yet. How do they see what is important for them? That is, to what extent are their characteristics in terms of cognitive distance, spatial difference, to what extent is this potentially helping to explain a likely adoption in the future of sustainability standards? Would they be more likely to do that? And the last point is so important, what you said at the end, and you skip, if you go back to the previous slide, this paradox that we really find a confirmation of, there's a good balance to keep in mind between being too close and not too close. If you want to make sure that also sustainability standards are adopted, make sure that these proximity measures are taken into account. Otherwise, you limit, like in this case, you limit innovation, you limit knowledge transfer, and in this case, you limit the adoption of those standards. So proximity in different ways, whether spatial or non-spatial, like Katharina says here, is really important to facilitate knowledge transfer and trust. And we tried to provide these different perspectives from farmers, from SMEs that are certified and non-certified, to show you really need to look, the devil is in the detail, and as a policymaker in a region, don't come with the big brush and treat every SME the same. That is really the important part.
So give a hand to Katharina. Sorry for having interrupted you in your important presentation. But I think what we learned of it is, first of all, what kind of research can be done in this domain, which might be of interest to the students. And second, it's about agricultural issues. And agriculture, what we learned here in this place, plays an important role for the Ragusa area here. So thank you very much, because you built relationship to the local situation. And now we have a cut, so to speak, in the presentations, because so far we had the introduction on industrial development, which was shown at the case of Puerto Rico. We have learned about quality in the food chain supply, which is very much important for, in specific, as I learned just now, on the cases of Africa, because Africa will be one of the suppliers in the global economy and the global agricultural economy. Now, the jump is now to go to Ines Klemm. She will make a presentation which is in nature very much different. It has to do, of course, with sustainability as well, because this is the main subject of the conference. The point Ines is making is, how does interdisciplinary, or I could even say transdisciplinary research work? Meaning Ines is presenting a methodology, I would say, She is an architect by education, but as I learned from the abstract, which was just given to me at the beginning of this session, she is very much engaged in putting together different aspects when it comes to good living, well-being, creating sustainability on a human level. And she has developed evidently a methodology by which they will introduce to us. And Ines, not to lose time because we are scarce in time, we are anyway running out of time, please be short and give us your presentation. The technical part will be solved by our dear assistant. Now please start.
Thank you so much, Günther. Thank you everyone for being here. A very special thank you to Stefan for inspiring my presence here. My aim is to inspire you with color because it's everywhere. And there is much relation to trust and what happens between avocados and mangoes because they also have a different color range. So we will travel at speed and let me take you on this journey of color. And it will be a bit personal to make you understand why those things are so connected, but also very business related. And in this are 20 years of research and education and teaching, as well as over 500 projects completed around the world. So when I studied, I was visiting Mexico, and that left a very deep impact on me. At the same time, I was looking much into the colors of Le Corbusier, and at the same time, and for 30 years of my life, I had eczema. So medical doctors, healers from all kinds of disciplines, they would always tell you there are patterns and you can heal something like eczema, but they said there is no really treat to it. However, when I came to Switzerland in 2000, 24 years ago, I was introduced to kinesiology, which is a biofeedback and body resonance method, with which I came already very far in the healing process of my eczema, and I completely healed it with the theory that I developed for this. And color, architecture, and design have always impacted me. And basically, through the design and the colors and the architecture and all this mix, and much traveling, I came across new solutions, and I also realized there is this knowledge that we are introduced to by the doctors, but also there is this knowledge that our body has. So our physical body has a lot more information than our brain has. And the connection I learned in kinesiology as well as in traveling was color. For that, and to find the logic in it, I started my PhD at the University of Edinburgh on color, energy, and well-being, the lessons of the Orient. All along this road, I came across the idea of the traveling and hospitality and the intriguing word of host and hospitality and hospital. So there is this idea of care, but also the fusion in hospitality, how the human being and the space have to interact for caring about needs. Because when you travel, what you need is shelter and food. So everything somehow comes together. Food unites. We explored that very well in Simplice last night. And to keep things very simple, everything has to be very right in the ingredients. So as in cooking, which I love much, the ingredients matter. What was surprising, almost one of the most positive shocks I ever had in my life, was this: 6 weeks apart between Saudi Arabia and teaching at the University of Applied Arts and Design in Basel. We had a dinner with my Saudi participants from Red Sea Global, designers from all areas of design, who invited me to a typical Saudi dinner because they said, we talked so much about food and color, we now want to show you our culture. Their team leader told me she has been trying 3 years to get them together for a dinner. It never happened. And here it happened after 2 days. 6 weeks later, and I didn't tell my students about the Saudi experience. They were supposed to transform the food culture lab in Basel at the university, and I told them, you're completely free of budgets, of everything you can imagine, you're free. The only condition you have, you must present your design concept as a meal that we all eat together. What happened was this. They transformed the food culture lab and the pictures look the same. So this, for me, is a very reassuring information in this world. And the connecting bit, again, is color. So 70% of all our sense receptors are in the eyes. Also, to Nikola Tesla, the eye is the most complex organ in the human body. And surprisingly, or not, to my students, on the Tesla website, there is no mentioning of Nikola Tesla, nor is ever mentioned that the logo of Tesla cars is the Tesla coil. So it would be worthwhile to deepen the knowledge, and that's why my dream really is, and I hope we can write this chapter together, that we can build something like a color and design and well-being authority that makes sure that knowledge is transferred in the right ways. First of all, and that's not new, that's older than man itself, color is energy. Whether you see it or not, it doesn't matter, because it's pure energy, it's vibration, and it's something that reaches us and then reaches our brain, so we're even able to say this is red, green, blue, a mango, an avocado, or something else. So there is much into color, and when you study it between Orient and Occident, which I did, it's a bit confusing in the beginning, but when you take it all the way to the bottom and make the knowledge connect, you reach the point where it's truly just about the energy inside of it and the color vibration, as we have it in the rainbow. That also enables to explain everything in design through food and vice versa, and actually the two of them are always connected, like the Orient and the Occident always have to be connected. And research, I call it Archiveda. It's like a bridge. It spans and bridges the gaps of a lot of things that we simply overlook. And there is a very simple mechanism in everything, which means you have an outside and an inside. And they belong together, but they are not the same. And there is a connection in between. And that's true for a tooth, a watch, a house, a human being, a mountain, everything. So you can just say there is outside, inside, and connection. Very simple, as that. The problem in design is we never look at the connection. That's the true connection between the outside and the inside. So usually design goes up to the surface, but not beyond. A lot of it is interpretation. Now, my work on color and the research gives a lot of information. And actually, color is the most universal language in this world. It unites everything, and it's the richest body of data that we can ever have. But we never look at color as data. We just look at it as something nice to have. So when you go a little bit deeper and truly make the connection, like I had to do or came to discover through curing the eczema, you feel and you see, and you also can see it in the research, that there is a very good order of color. And we know it. It's the rainbow. So as long as the rainbow keeps appearing in the same order everywhere in the world, nothing will change in that. And it's very unlikely to change. So the only question left for designers, what are the colors in my life and how do we get to them? And this is a typical color concept for a residential home. And some of my clients get very angry at me and said, Ines, you never ask us what's my favorite color. And I said, no, because this is not the essential information. So they get this sheet of paper, who is using the room, what are the functions, how do you want to feel in it? And of course, even if in a family of 4 people or 2, even the column who is using the room is not the same. Not even talking about expressing the feelings. But you can actually filter. And when you make the math and when you do the logic of color in the vibratory energy at the very bottom line, this is the result. And because our life needs to be simple, we have to have one time only a little bit more complex combination of colors. And this is the translation of it. So many people would put a picture or a photograph of a forest on a white wall. This is a copy-paste. This is what happens much and not even truly scientifically validated in design. But when you translate it, you take the information and you convert it. And this is what you can do. And of course, a different information creates a different result. But that result is always specific. So what color on the surface is actually showing is only the end of a process. Now here we still see traces of it. We can sense the material, but we can also imagine, maybe, how this looked when it was truly complete. So it takes us back to exactly where we are here. It's a perfect venue to explain it, that it's much about material, and the color is only a result of the information provided by nature. There's almost no difference between the food, and many nutrition experts call me the architect that does the vitamin D concepts for different spaces. So it's literally the same. And when you go back to your office, please ask yourself, what kind of dish would it be when you take the floor, the walls, and the ceiling only? No decoration, because the walls are like the skin. We don't take the jewelry into consideration. What kind of dish would you cook from the colors that are surrounding you? That makes it, like in wine, like in everything, go deep down, and we have to go this deep down in geology, where it goes about the ingredients, the minerals, what happens in the earth, and how much sunshine has been contained in it. So on the left side, you see things I cooked and baked, and on the right side, you see places I traveled. The information and color is exactly the same. It doesn't matter whether you take it in food or in design. The only difference is time. Because for design, you have to do it once. This is hundreds of years old. We still benefit from it. Food, you have to take time every time you eat it, and you can only consume it a few times a day. Now, when we translate food into design and then look at pixels, they have literally nothing in common at all, because pixels are square, food is round, is spherical. So where is the problem? The problem is in design. We all know the concept of nature, and we all know this. And this is already a very positive picture with some color. There is no objective reason why it has to look like this. And yes, the right picture is in full color mode, but this is the reality, and the question is, how do we get the rainbow across? And the problem are the designers. And this will go too deep here, but why there is the problem and the solution at the same time. But when we change the way we think about design from inside out, then we can go with the principles of nature, with the law of resonance, and we can actually enhance our lifetime, because we only have to do a space once to benefit from it for a very long time. Whereas otherwise, you lose employees every day, and those numbers rise. Students who have cancer, depression, and burnout, when they are not even mid-20s, they go from 30 to 50%. It's insane, and it's something to really worry about, and we need a change here. So the change comes from where the problem comes from, the design. And there was a lot of mistranslation. We call it atmosphere, but it should be called atmosphere, because it was originally about how the soul is connecting. And this is not spirituality, that's a different concept. Science, you can always relate it back to energy, and that is something you can look at. So you come to a lot of conclusions, and the bio and the geo and the log and the energy, and a lot of things that you can actually trace and have a very standardized process and method in order to reach very specific results when you are very, very, very clear in the alignment of your ingredients, like in cooking and baking. Now, there is the issue between the self and the auto. And the automation is a difficult idea because it's the other kind of self. So we have a lot of confusion. And what distinguishes the human body from a building is our capability of having sensory perception. And that changes the game, and we need to include it back. And as I said, color is the main ingredient in it in terms of evolution. And we have to make all these decisions. Up to 90% of all decisions are consciously or subconsciously based on color. So it's striking. And the human intelligence is an indivisible system. Plants, they can have a different life, but we are not the same like in nature. We are somehow a bit different mixture. And when we go deeper down in the roots, we can see how complicated it becomes. I would not know the birth date of my great-grandparents, not talking about anything else. But somehow we believe what we are made of, we know it. And the body knows it, It takes all the ideas that go in our lifelong journey, and it's recorded, all the things that happens, the dents in the identity, the accidents, the incidents, and all the complexity that should be so simple but is not. And we need a different type of orientation. So if we would open up a map inside the body, it would look a little bit like this. And that's the important part. When we just use our cognition and logic, we can create an order. Those are the same. Here you can see you actually have resources. Here you don't see them, but it's the same. So it's just a matter of cleaning up, putting back order, and there is this universal order in nature, how things belong together, and they have much to do with the heart. And if we talk about energy or just system of power, and if we talk about women or men, they are not the same, but they should belong together, and they should share experiences. And this is also how we can bring the health and the wealth together. In Ayurveda, you cannot even separate them. When you're more healthy, you're also more wealthy, and vice versa. So it's about the green heart and the red heart, because the green heart is that of true love, not the red one that everyone is posting. And this is also much related to the trust and about the different kind of connection we want to make. So it's about circling the square and your own idea whether you put the circle around the square or the square inside the circle. It's the same size of square and the same size of circle. And if you put it like Ayurveda, you arrive at a wheel, and that's movement and that development. I don't think any car, not even Tesla, would try for square wheels. So that's why hospitality, because it unites it all, is the nucleus and the essence, and we have the highest probability to have a different type of leaders from this background, because they start from inside the human being and not from the outside and design. I will go a bit fast here. And this shows why design is actually a solution of uniting artificial intelligence and human intelligence, because we can meet in the materials, in the way we treat material, and in the way we arrange it. Let me go this way, and this is, it's the same. Cooking for walls is the same. So it's the same process, but we have to start from inside the people if we want to do an architecture and design that's truly human, and that's why I would call it a bionomic model, which is based on trust, but also looking at the ingredients and the entanglements that happen in between. And the way towards it is education. And just to show you what this looks like, this is a chocolate wall, Swiss chocolate, of course, from Veltlin, that goes into the finest praline in my studio. And if you put things like this on the walls, you can connect people with experiences, with memories, because food unites also the materials inside your space. And if we skip all of them for practicality and saving money, we save actually lifetime, because people die faster. And that's something to think about, if that's really desirable. And it's happening much now. And this is how a refurbished space of my studio looked before. It's the same after, when you have tea, chocolate, and coffee on the walls with other types of plasters.
Ines, I have the bad role to get you to the end.
Yes, it's the end, just the final pictures that you can see. In the end, it's just material, but it really changes the perception of a space, and also how your body feels and how the space feels, because it's treating many things at the same time, and you only have to install it once the right way. Oftentimes it costs actually less or not more than when you put other types of design and material, but it changes the information and the knowledge and the exchange and connectivity in your body. So thank you very much, and I hope you watch your colors.
Ines, thank you that you brought colors in our life today. I need to close the session meaning there is no space for discussion, but you are here, you are present, you can be approached for further discussions. It was most interesting because it showed that the challenges we have to master In the Anthropocene, the man-made change of the world situation is a most complex job, and I think the presentation of Ines should be taken to have shown the complexity by the multiple aspects she brought into, and maybe this is in the third message also to the students, that to get our life in balance with nature, to regenerate nature, to regenerate our economy, this is not a simple task. In the background of your minds, you should keep in mind that whatever you do in science, there is a program in the background which needs that you have a survey which is much broader than only to be specialized in certain domains. Now, to sum up, the first session, the first contribution was about, if I may say so, industrial development or business development, which was made by Elliot. And the second was with Bodo and Katrina on the food issues and food production and trust in food production and quality, increase of quality, which has a certain meaning for this region, as I said before, because I was instructed or informed that one of the specialities of this part of Sicily is really to produce high quality agricultural products. And the final one was certainly what I would take more from a methodological side, because you instructed us how complex these different aspects and different perspectives are. And I would very much invite you to approach the different speakers to continue the discussion over the day, if it's possible. Thank you very much for having been present, so many people in this room, and having paid so much attention. And now we will have an on-the-fly change to the next session. Thank you very much. I think Waltraud will take the chair, is that correct? And the first one, as I see, just to get him prepared, is Roland Schatz, so that he is already on his way to so everybody should come here. Here, this one.
So we can have 5 minutes coffee break, just 5 minutes, and we rearrange the desk to the next presentation. Thank you. So, shall we start? If you would like to take a seat just closer to the speakers, please. We're supposed to have a little interaction, so maybe there are someone outside, so I'm going to call them.
But if you just show me
This is the portal.
Thank you. Thank you. We need it for the. Yeah. We need it for the Q&A. If you have Q&A. These are on. Can we test the mic? On? Is it on? It's on.
Yeah.
And try.
Yep.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next session? Okay, okay. See some people coming in. Okay, my name is Waltraud Ritter. I'm in the board of the New Club of Paris, and this session has a city and region focus. So I just want to, before we start, give you a short introduction to the theme, because we have already touched on many different topics. This one is on the sustainability challenges and opportunities for city and regional development. And why have we been looking at cities for a while, both in the World Capital Institute as also in the New Club of Paris, and of course in many other organizations? Cities are increasingly becoming the interdisciplinary research on knowledge creation, learning, and innovation. And I think that is probably, one of the reasons is probably that cities are easier to manage than nations. So the focus is if you can really achieve something in cities. And we have published a couple of books. This one is with representatives from the WCI, on prosperity of building knowledge cities, and in the New Club of Paris in 2005, we had I think that was one of the first publications with a focus on cities and regions, which was called the Intellectual Capital for Communities. That was, and we had a lot of events around these topics. I think at all our conferences we had tried to focus on these intellectual capital of cities and regions. And so with this setting, I would like to introduce our three speakers. We have Ronald Schatz from the UNSIG Foundation, and then we have Kathy Garner from the World Capital Institute, and Blanca Garcia also from the World Capital Institute. And today we will touch on different aspects of this regional and city development. One is on the SDG. Ronald will talk about the SDGs, and Kathy will talk about resilience, challenges and opportunities in climate change, climate crisis, and Blanca will talk about nature-based solution and resilience in cities. So I hope we can have a good discussion later on, because many of you live in big cities which have big challenges. So I hope we can have a good discussion afterwards on these topics. So with this, maybe I give the word to Ronald for the first presentation on the SDGs.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would like to build the bridge to the session before, where we were hearing a lot about trust. And I think when we remember Kofi Annan, who used to be the Secretary General of the UN, he was very much concerned about the trust gap which the UN was facing already in the 90s. We are now 30 years later, and my impression is that the whole world now joins in with representing institutions who have to work hard that people start trusting them. I published together with Kofi Annan, starting in the Lehman crisis after 2008, we published the book The Trust Meltdown. where we were back then thinking it is only about the base of all of us, the numbers. I remember when I studied economics in the 80s, I was listening to my professor who was teaching the numbers, bookkeeping or Rechnungswesen, auditing, and he was one of the best in his profession, and he told us, the students, that literally if you read the annual report of a stock-listed company, you might find 70% of the value of a company in the financials of the annual report, in case this annual report would have been done really good. And then he turned around with a smile and he said, but trust me, most of the annual reports are not done good. And as most of the annual reports are not done good, you find 50% of the value of a company in an annual report. And there I was sitting, just coming from music and making my mind up by saying, oh, it is almost like if I play the Moonlight Sonata, but I perform only with the right hand, and I leave the left hand in my pocket. And you can all imagine how long I can perform the Moonlight Sonata if I would do that. I would get the tomatoes latest after 2 minutes. But the friends from teaching economy, they thought that if you do bookkeeping, that's good enough, presenting 50%. 15 years later, I had the luck to meet Kofi Annan, and he was discussing the problem of the trust meltdown the United Nations were facing, because the media are only representing the negative sides of institutions, which is important. I'm a fifth-generation journalist, nothing wrong about that. But if you forget to share the story about the other side of what is working actually well, or what is at least working, you end up with traumatic experiences. The recent numbers in Germany show that 40% of Germans watching public service TV, that's BBC of Germany, 40% of the Germans no longer watch it because it is too negative. So if we talk about knowledge and we cut away 40% or 50% or more of society because we either don't trust the base of our work, or what we, the journalists, are presenting, what is happening in the world, we do it in a way that people no longer want to listen and watch, then we are in a real problem. I can illustrate with one clear example, and that is the way how we present the others. Who are the others? For instance, migrants. For instance, people who don't follow our religion. In Europe, the Muslims. If we present Muslims, for instance, since 9/11, with a negative rate of 80%, each time when the media report about Muslims, in 80% of the stories, it reduces them to criminals, to terrorists, to people who do bad things. How can trust exist? But they are now our neighbors. And therefore we started with Kofi Annan back then the so-called Millennium Development Goals. These were the first goals designed by Kofi because he said the world needs trust back. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of these MDGs. There were 15 goals which should have been reached by 2015. Kofi was using his language. His language was, let's improve education, let's reduce poverty. That wouldn't convince my daughters because it is too much wishy-washy. But it was a start. And when then Ban Ki-moon later on down the road in 2008 came back to the member states and said, well, what are we going to do on January 1st, 2016? Are we dropping the ball? Or are we coming up with something new? The 193 member states said, we want to continue with something. And then Ban Ki-moon, who, from my point of view, is not recognized for the value he provided to the world, Ban Ki-moon said, okay, I will give you our rooms, I will host your debates, but this time you, the member states, each of the 193, you decide about the goals you want to reach. And that is basically the origin of the SDGs. 193 heads of states agreed on 17 clear, defined goals. It is no longer let's reduce poverty, it is zero poverty. It is education for everybody, etc., etc. You know all of that. And these 17 SDGs have now 169 concrete targets. A dream for everybody. Because the more precise, the more transparent we could work if we would like to. Ban Ki-moon then invited all the 193 member states to come to New York every July after they agreed that these 17 SDGs will become a reality in their member states in each of the countries by December 2030. And he said, well, if you agree to this, why don't you share best practice? So as of 2016, countries were invited to share best practice, and in the year number 1, after announcing and agreeing on the SDGs, so in 2016, 17 countries came. In year 2, 27. In year 3, it was 53. And in parallel, the UNGCI Foundation started to go into details how these stock-listed companies, remember that I don't believe their financial section, we were focusing on every single statement where the CEO, the chairman, the CFO of the company explained in writing how they had spent their money last year and what they are going to do in future. And my team were reading all these, meanwhile, more than 500,000 sentences which were published by the top 500 stock-listed companies, to which of the SDGs they are most committed or whether they are not even talking about any of them. And to everybody's surprise, at the UN in New York, in April 2017, we were able to show that already 70% of these 500 stock-listed companies would mention one or more of these SDGs when they were explaining what they had done in the past and what they are going to do in the future, which is a huge success. And I leave copies here for those who are interested in that, and you can download the booklet on our website. With this in mind, and giving the numbers to the former president of NASDAQ and the guy who manages the UN pension fund, we took these numbers and invested in those stocks which were most committed to the SDGs. And guess what? This fund is outperforming the MSCI World. So it shows SDGs are not only a good compass, but it provides revenues, at least as good as the existing standards. And then I was asked whether I could provide something, as Waltraud said, on city level, because it's difficult to come up with this concrete results, but then define it for Italy, for Russia, for China, although all of three said, yes, we want this. So we broke it down to cities, and now we are currently working on what we call the SDG Cities Erasmus program, where we have young people host a city together, a cafe, together with the mayor, making sure that the people in each town start to learn from each other. Because you might recall somebody called Heinrich von Pierer. He used to be the boss of Siemens. Siemens has around 400,000, not inhabitants, but employees. And Mr. von Pierer always said, if Siemens would only know what Siemens knows, Siemens would be 10 times better. And coming from that experience, we created a city program offering young people, organizing cafes to help citizens from Ragusa to improve what happens in Ragusa based on this principle. If somebody from Ragusa would only know what Ragusa already is doing, Ragusa would be already more advanced. And this works in Ragusa as it works in Frankfurt, as it works in New York. Because if you believe on the simple principle that there is already 1 or 2 or 5 in your hometown who are working on your projects in climate, on other projects, what we just heard about in architecture, using colors in a smarter way, going back to produce food in the way that it is actually good for our health, we can move much faster. And what we are going to present at next year's SDG Lab in Davos is something what I started 5 years ago and which I had to stop because of COVID, asking the young people what they actually think about. And this can only work if it is built on trust, so you can't send a link and say, here's the Global Youth Poll, please ask or answer my questions. It has to be done on a private, personal level, and we are working with an institution which is already having the blessing in 90 countries by the Education Ministry, so we can do these polls in schools. But we are not starting with the poll. What we are starting with is, do you have an idea what a poll is? Have you ever heard of a poll? Did you do a poll? So the first 4, 5, 6 sessions, we let them get a feeling what polls can be done, how polls can be done, how they shouldn't be done, have them do it, and then at the end, we ask them the questions, but only those who want to respond. And we have 2,000 kids in each country, and we start with 25 countries from all continents, and we start with the age group from 8 to 15. And for the first time ever in science, we will have from these 2,500 who will continue responding next year. So this poll, which starts from 8 to 15, in the second year will have 8 to 16, in the third year 8 to 17. So rather soon we will have a proper full-fledged poll which is reliable for the age group of 8 to 25. And the results will be presented by the kids to their national parliaments, to the regional parliaments, to the continental parliaments, and it is all going to be a big festival when they present at the Olympic Games to the world what the young people think, what they don't want, and what makes their heart beat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roland. That was for this very good overview on what is happening. I was wondering if you could just give us one example. For instance, there are some goals where the definition is quite difficult. Yesterday, we had a discussion on degrowth. Maybe some of you remember degrowth. And so degrowth is related to the number 12, sustainable consumption. But then when you are in groups in cities or also with young people, it's actually very difficult to define what is sustainable consumption. Could you comment on that perhaps?
Well, we will not use this lingo. We have to speak the language of an 8-year-old. Okay. And a 9-year-old. So if I start to talk to an 8-year-old and I ask him about sustainability, they will not understand. No, of course. So we are working in Davos at the SDG Lab in January on the areas we want to ask, and then we have the kids develop the questions, and we have the kids develop the teaching program, and everything will be transparent. Because I don't believe that we will have in year 1, 2, or 3 really robust results, which we would all love to have. But after the kids will experience that they were really invited to present to Parliament the first time, the second time, when they see that journalists write about the results, then my expectation, and we all aim for 2028 LA Olympic Games, that by then everything is done in a way that we can feel comfortable and say, well, these data we can trust, because the ones who are responding from Cameroon have the same idea than what the ones are responding who are coming from Chile or from Germany or Japan?
Thank you very much. Yeah, so translating these goals to the audience is a crucial part. And you speak differently, of course, to mayors of cities than you speak to groups of youngsters. Yeah, I think that is probably the big effort by many NGOs and people to really do this translation work. Mm-hmm. I think we will come back to the SDGs also in our other presentations and also in our discussions, so maybe you can also prepare some questions for our discussion. This was actually meant to be a round table, but due to the architecture here, it's now more like podium and audience. But we have a microphone here, so we really would like to have a discussion later on with all of you. Okay, then maybe I give the word to Kathy. And would you want to sit here? Yeah.
Can you hear me from here? Yeah, good. I'm slightly old-fashioned. I have pieces of paper, but I would like to. Blanca is going to control my slides for me, and I would like to just say, in relation to what we've just heard from Roland, in many senses, I'm going to dive down into one of the specific areas where there is a lack of trust at the moment, and this is in regard to climate change. So if anyone has been listening to the upcoming President of the United States, names shall not be mentioned, but he doesn't believe in climate crisis. He doesn't believe that we are facing an existential event. He just doesn't believe it. So there are negative views, and I have recently been sadly disappointed, picking up on another issue from Roland's talk. I've been sadly disappointed by the BBC's attitude of negativity. I watch the news in the morning, I hear the news at lunchtime, I watch it in the evening, and then I switch on to Channel 4, because BBC is so negative at the moment. It is depressing. It is depressing. Of course they've got to report on sad stories. Of course they've got to report and try and meet the truth. But sometimes the emphasis is just unrelentingly negative. And, well, I think we need to find hope. We need to find an ambition to be hopeful, or we will still be in that negative downward spiral, particularly in climate crisis, where people just do not believe that that's what we're facing. And for me, cities are in the absolute front line of this. Cities are one of the highest contributors to greenhouse gases. They therefore need to mitigate that output. But for me, more importantly, cities are where people live. Cities are where our children are brought up. Cities are where we as human beings interact. And we have to take into consideration the need to adapt cities for the future. Constantly, we are seeing the adaptation gap growing. It's not decreasing, it's growing. And when we hear, if anyone has been listening to the COP29 summit, and we had an open letter to the summit, basically saying that we have to move from negotiation to implementation. Very respected scientists saying this. And the future for cities will be difficult to predict, especially if no comprehensive action is taken to prepare for our current and future crises. However, we are in a rather volatile world at the moment. And for me, our small blue dot in the universe is in a state, thank you, but I have it all here on paper because I'm old-fashioned. That's our small blue dot. I don't know how many people will remember Carl Sagan's small blue dot. Maybe I'm too old. But to see the perspective of how small the Earth is, how fragile it is in sitting in the universe, brings you to a reality of how fragile we might be. And last year, I listened to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who was attending the World Economic Forum, and he gave a warning of a looming great fracture in the world, which I think has only got worse in the last year. If you get a chance to listen to that talk, I would suggest do have a listen to it. It's very accessible, but it's very frightening. To drive change that we need for people and planet, I firmly believe that cities can and must play that major part in the future. And there is no, Guterres predicted a perfect storm, and there's no perfect solution to a perfect storm, but the cost of inaction seriously outweighs the cost the cost of inaction exceeds the cost of action if people are concerned that this is costing finance now. Next slide. So for those who don't quite believe it, I would just like to say, to be blunt, climate change is here now. And we are failing to meet the 2030 Paris Agreement limit of 1.5. In the past year alone, disasters, not caused, but instigated by changing weather situations, have been felt across the world. Thousands of people are dying now. In Libya, in 2023, over nearly 5,000 people died because of the storms. I couldn't resist this. Storm Boris. Storm Boris left a trail of devastation. He also left a trail of devastation in politics, but Storm Boris left a trail of devastation in heavy weather. And the Czech Republic, Poland, Romania, Austria, floods have had devastation on local communities. The floods in Valencia are the most recent one, with 200+ deaths recorded. But it's not just floods, it's fires. Between January and April 2024, over nearly 500 people have died from wildfires globally. And 2024 has been by far the deadliest year from wildfires since the 1990s. In the past 3 years, it's estimated that wildfires have exceeded 3.3 million affected by smoke and air pollution. Climate change is bringing great challenges to cities and countries around the globe, and yet we are still failing. Next slide, thank you. Here are some of the effects from the climate crisis, but there's also sea level rise, air pollution, power outages, threats to food and water, increased inequalities, spread of tropical diseases. I can't think when I've been in Europe and seen a warning about dengue fever, which I saw in Catania. The mosquitoes are not getting killed by cold winters now, and we are all exposed to these new threats. Is that it? Thank you. In this whole crisis, cities are vitally important because currently over half the world's population lives in cities. By 2030, it's estimated to reach 60% of the global population and perhaps 70% by 2050. Now, this city here in Ragusa is very different from other cities. And cities are complicated, varied, but context is really important in crafting their future. It is predicted that in the next 3 decades of urban growth, Africa and Asia will be the main people, rising to over almost a quarter of total urban population. And in Asia, this will be half the urban population in the world by 2050. On the other hand, many cities in Europe are actually shrinking. They're shrinking because of a major demographic shift, which we sometimes don't acknowledge, of an aging population in the West. Next. Thank you. So here are a few books on cities. There are many, many books on cities, but here are a few. Going from the triumph of the city back in 2011 to its survival, and of course, our World Capital Institute version, City Preparedness for the Climate Crisis. It's a decade of difference, however, in cities. We are now under real challenges. For instance, in Indonesia, do you know what they're doing with Jakarta? Anyone know what we're doing with Jakarta? No, Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, is currently planned to be moved completely from where it sits to the Isle of Borneo and to I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Nusantara. Likewise, have you heard of Tuvalu? Tuvalu? An island nation in the Pacific, where the capital, Funafuti, will be flooded by tidal waters. The coral atolls, it is estimated that by 2100, 95% of Tuvalu will be flooded. But we don't have to go that far. In Acapulco in Mexico has just recently had many people killed by a major hurricane, which has repeated what happened in 2023, where they were unprepared for Hurricane Otis that landed and killed many people and destroyed 250,000 homes. So it's happening everywhere. Adaptation is absolutely essential. And if you read the UN reports on the adaptation finance, the terrible sad thing is this finance is decreasing. As we sit here, it is actually decreasing. It's gone from 27% of total climate finance, and mitigation accounted for 60%, but it's falling and is now being reduced by 15% compared to past years. Okay? I did want to pick out one. Can we go back one? Yeah. Do you see the polar bear in New York? Have you seen the effect this is having on our polar bears? I know they don't live in cities, but they might end up in cities if we don't take care, for the polar ice cap is melting fast and rapid. Do listen to any of Frozen Planet by David Attenborough, and you will hear and see the reality of what is happening. Sorry, I do like that picture is just a bit. Thank you. So, how do we plan for unexpected threats? It's absolutely needed in our cities, and I'm delighted to have found that in the US there is a whole initiative being brought together where they're developing tools for all sorts of cities to look at the mapping for their resilience and adaptation. And the link is there, where you just select your geography, select your census tract, select your county, or you select your tribal land. And once you've selected it, you can explore the current and future exposure to major climate-related hazards. So we are beginning to see this. But on the top slide there, that is Valencia. That was one of the pictures from the recent floods in Valencia. Okay, thank you. In this adaptation, it's not just about protecting the city. It's about thinking who are the most vulnerable in those cities. How do we get a balanced and sustainable approach? How do we ensure that we can continue to develop the economy? How can we take that balanced approach? From my view, I've got a couple of degrees in urban geography, so I kind of think I've lived with cities all my life. And context is absolutely everything. It is not the same to adapt a city that is 90% informal settlements to a city like Ragusa sitting on the top of a mountain. But both require adaptation. And most interestingly, I think technology can be of help. I'm a big fan of something called digital twins. Anyone heard of digital twins? I know, Gunther, you have. Anyone else? No? So you map your city, you create a digital equivalent of it, and this is what they're doing in Tuvalu. Tuvalu is an icon of where we are heading in the climate crisis. And what they want to do is to create a digital twin that not only represents the landscape, the environment, but actually captures both the culture, so it would be an immersive digital twin for people who will no longer have their cultural experience. I think this is fascinating. Now, for many of these things, the ingredients are the same, but the context is important. So the ingredients are the same, but the recipe may vary between city to city. Okay, and you may say this is impossible, but in the pandemic, if you looked around the cities, and this is Glasgow, for goodness sake, this is Glasgow. We managed to bring nature forward, nature-based solutions forward in the pandemic because people were not moving around, cars were not moving, and we got nature-based solutions. So I think there is hope. There is hope. And for future cities, next one. A colleague of mine at Lancaster University is quoted here that he felt that future visions of cities were monstrous, but we can envisage a brighter future. And strangely enough, I look backwards in time to someone called Ebenezer Howard, who in 1898 proposed the way we should develop our cities as garden cities. And I'm planning to reach out to our government, who have decided that we want new towns in the UK because we have a housing shortage and we need to move people out. So I think they should look back to Ebenezer Howard's garden cities, and I hope they may listen. But we have to have a vision, we have to adapt the current situation, and we really need to move faster. This is a colleague who spoke at our conference last year. His book, I'm not just advertising books, but the title, I think, is quite relevant. And when you see those glaciers and it says it's slow, well, it might be slow in geological time, but it's happening here and now. And the output from that will be drastic, and we need rapid action. Otherwise, we will be having those polar bears stranded out of their own environment and maybe moving to cities. But, maybe you'll remember that picture when you think about adaptation being necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathy, for this very inspiring presentation. I would also like to ask you a question on the adaptation. So that is on the agenda of all urban planners and so on. And just a couple of months ago in Ibla, the organization of local governments, local sustainability for cities, they were also talking about adaptation, but they were also talking about the spiral of inaction. So that means the adaptation, for instance, when we see Valencia or when we see the North Rhine-Westphalia, the Ahrtal, what is the adaptation? Because they are rebuilding the houses with fossil energy. In Valencia, everybody will buy a new car. So where is the transformation that we say, okay, this was a disaster, and I think the attitude is, let's forget about it, let's get the money from the insurance, and we rebuild the same thing. So how do we go to transformational action? And I think this question in the UN Habitat World Urban Forum, and also in all the other city fora, we see a few examples, but not enough. I'm sure, Roland, you also have some comments on that story, on this adaptation. Sounds so easy, but it is so difficult. We had in the World Café yesterday the difficulty of transformative action. So maybe, Kathy, you have an example or an idea about that, and maybe also you're also welcome to say something.
I mean, I fully agree with you, Walter. Finance, I mean, when we hear about climate change in the news, what do we hear about? Greenhouse gases, mitigation. What we're not seeing is that change that is needed for some of the most vulnerable people on this planet, who are in informal cities, on coastal regions, are in poverty, etc. We do need transformation, but adaptation is the current word. So we need to speak that language also. Right. But yes, why I put 5 times faster up there, we do need to be more rapidly acting on this, because it is here now. And I don't think, well, we know that at least one very important politician does not believe that it is here now.
Okay, thank you. So our fossil habits are very strong. So let's hear from Blanca now on nature-based solution with a focus on water scarcity in Latin America. Blanca, can you find our presentation? Yeah, thank you.
Let me just...
Thank you.
Let's see if it goes up. Okay. I don't know if we're ready. It's coming up, I think. There you go. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Walter. And yes, I will take this opportunity to talk about 2 concepts that we have been discussing in our own Latin American settings. And I will talk about not only Latin American cities, because these urban solutions have been everywhere, as we might discover at the end of this presentation. I called it resilience as sustainability, which is a strong concept that some research center in Argentina is looking forward to elucidate more and work more on indicators and concepts like this. But I call it developing futures for knowledge-based development in Latin America, because there is some sense of development if we use resilience and sustainability. So I want to thank you for the invitation from the New Club of Paris, the Università di Catania, and the World Capital Institute, which I represent. This is a key word, and I want to say it strongly because we will end up with the concept of governance. And this is an old concept. It started our century with it. Solanes and Zhurablev say that the water crisis is primarily a governance crisis. And it's a strong word, but we will see that, yes, 20-something years ago, they were right in this. And well, the agenda for today is about resilience as sustainability, adaptation for, that's the buzzword also Kathy used, for resilient city regions. The unit is the city region as a system, and some resilience emerging models, which will also combine what we talk about, the water resilience and alternatives, the nature-based urban solution cases. So let's go on what do we mean by resilience as sustainability. The resilience concept, I'm sure you have it. We are using the Resilience Alliance as their definition for the concept as the capacity of a social ecological system to absorb or withstand disturbances and other pressures in such a way that the system remains in the same regime, essentially conserving its structure and functions. We do take a systemic point of view. And what we want to do is to maybe go through the cycle, right, where we have conservation first, then collapse and release, maybe growth and exploitation, and a reorganization as part 4 of an adaptive or a resilience cycle. We do have resilience thinking in all this, and like Kathy said, I'm not promoting any kind of book, but resilience has a very varied bibliography, so we do need to mention a few ones. At the World Capital Institute, we have developed resilience as a concept that stems from social or relational capital, social learning, and governance. One presupposes the other, but we have had a few application questions after this model, and it becomes more evident when you go into water resilience, because development nowadays is really based on the capacity of cities to, well, not only have governance on their resources, but also on what we call the water management in itself. So why do we talk about water resilience? Well, because these are some of the numbers that prove that not only the citizens have moved to cities, but also the city is ever so dependent on, thank you, Kathy, so dependent on not only the, the general environment resources, but in particular, what we call hydric or water resources. And of course, you might identify with some of the areas in this map. We do need to talk about water resilience, especially in our areas. I come from the northern part of Mexico, the Texas part, the Arizona part, and you would imagine we call that Aridoamerica, which is a place where there is water scarcity. So there's a sense of urgency in there. So I was saying we have some social capital and resilience indicators that stem for the relational capital and the human capital models inside the World Capital Institute model that we're going to see in a minute. But apart from social capital, and that derives into integration and social cohesion, tolerance, solidarity, and resilience, resilience is one key point in what we are going to present as research results for what we call resilience, water resilience in particular. So maybe you have heard of the Rockefeller Foundation, which is called the Resilient Cities. If you haven't, there is a page that has a repository of 10 resilient cities. And the important part here is not only the examples and the case studies, is actually the 7 characteristics they have coined for resilient cities, which is a city that is reflective, resourceful, robust, redundant in the sense that they can exchange one resource for another, flexible, inclusive, and integrated. This sounds like the Wonderland city that we spoke about yesterday during the workshop. But yes, there are some cases where cities can be under these characteristics. And for us, yes, we do knowledge management for water systems. This is another bibliography you might be interested in. But what we do is KM and KVD for water management. This is an application of it, and the presentation will prove that. I don't know if you have seen this figure, which is not necessarily as key as if you see the components of this cycle. And I'm sure you will recognize not only Cole's active learning model to your upper left, but also the Nonaka and Takeuchi model about knowledge management. These and other models, more complex some than others, would actually be part of a whole scheme that people like Claudia Paul-Volst uses for using water management stemming from social learning. Social learning is part of a model that she advances, and it is as complex as the graphs that you are looking at, but it all starts with working together for learning. And it is quite not only a model, but a hope-for kind of model that actually works for KM and water management. So let's talk about a bit of the methodologies, because that's what actually brings us here. We spoke about the World Capital Institute as having a model. Maybe you're familiar with it. This is a generical capital system. It has only 8 dimensions. And right now we are working on including what maybe was not necessarily missing, but we didn't have an emphasis on it. And what we are asking ourselves right now from the basic model is, how do we add the importance of, as we say, knowledge management, knowledge-based development into water management, and we will call it integrated water management. We are integrating right now a 9th capital, which we call natural capital. And it will stem from, yes, the actual generic system. We have been working on this a number of years. And what we have here is the relational capital, the articulating capital, and the human capital as productive capital that goes into what we know as a relational model for resilience. Excuse me. We have been doing it for citizenship. We speak about solidarity, but also tolerance, collaboration, cooperation, all those values and indicators. But we do need to include what we call as natural capital. Now, natural capital is a new dimension into the model that our colleagues at the South American Institute for Resilience and Sustainability Studies, SARAS, is working. They have already a matrix of categories for natural capital. And this is in order to develop what we want to have as indicators. They are not using necessarily relational capital. They are more into human capital in the form of education. And this matrix has been derived from educational models that actually bring clarity to what it means to have natural capital.
Sorry.
I need a break. Okay, I'm almost done here. We will talk then about social capital as resilience indicators, okay? And I'll be fine, thank you. Do not worry. And it's not only for resilience that we need to go on these models. These people at SARAS are developing social learning, a model, and capacity development, which they call materializing ideas for action. And it looks a bit clever, the kinds of capacities that they are developing from their center are, for instance, anticipatory capacity, where you are in a context where uncertainty is part of the rule, let's say, the way the Latin American people live. You would have this anticipatory capacity, but also transformative creativity capacity, transdisciplinary knowledge integrative capacity, monitoring and evaluating capacity, and generative experimentation capacity. These are skills that might sound familiar in context, maybe not in Ragusa, but in general, the European context would have some of this. But this is something that we would like to, excuse me, develop among our people. So, why do we need that? Well, sorry. Yes, thank you. I don't know if you foresee this, but we take for granted that social learning, then social management, social participation, and then governance, we sometimes take it for granted. But if you analyze a bit of what is going on in terms of governance in Latin America, we know that one part of the train doesn't assume the following one, because we have a fragmented governance. That is the model we actually lived with. So it is so fragmented that, you know, some groups don't talk to the others, and we do need to try to integrate some parts of our governance in a sense of putting activities together for social learning, for instance. But this fragmented governance is actually a model to analyze governance. And if you remember, I started with saying that water crisis is actually a problem of governance. This is what we are working on now. How come we can have a fragmented governance? Does it work? Does that help? You will have a lot of also different keys to search for the signs of fragmented governance. And of course, what will be the solution? The solution would be what we call not integrative governance or cooperative governance or like the 1,000 models we already have for governance. This is a model called robust governance. Bless you, Kathy. And robust governance is actually something that we would like to have in the sense that even though fragmented, we will have this, this model as building on something that eventually will become a better governance for our territories. What happens with water? Well, with robust governance, you will have people participating in water saving activities that will actually, you know, be part of what we want to do to have better use of our water. I think I have a minute more. And I'm just giving an example to you that is called urban nature-based solutions, which, you know, you might be very familiar with the concept or not. But nature-based solutions are actions to protect and sustainably manage and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively. That's basically it. How do they look like? Well, it could be anything from, you know, using plants to restore the soil, but also using rainwater harvest. And we have an example of that, and this is my last minute. These are 6 cases. Some of them are in the context of Colombia, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro, but there's also Brazil, of course, but there's also China and Singapore in them. And it talks about how, for instance, in Roraima, in Brazil, they have this, what we call rain corridors or rain parks, where people gather together to actually not only harvest the rain, but plant different species that they could use together as a community development strategy for that. So yes, I can talk about more of these urban-based solutions, nature-based solutions, but of course, I want to stop here because I have taken a lot of your time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very, Blanca. Okay, so water scarcity is a big issue, and it's one of these complex topics where we do need systemic capabilities. But social learning is another word like adaptation that sounds so easy, but it's actually not easy at all. Maybe you reflect yourself. When was the last time you had a social learning experience? That means you had an experience to learn something that changed your behavior. That's, yeah, think about it. I mean, in the context of water, maybe. Maybe you can say something. Maybe you give an example on social learning in the context of your city. How do you have like 5 million people in a medium-sized Latin American city change their behavior?
Yes, we were talking about that. Do we have the... Should I? Yes, thank you. We were talking about how you live in a city that has water scarcity, but people actually use their hose, you know, to actually kind of wash their cars. It's kind of a big shower, you know, for the car. And how do you change that? Well, it really depends if you're an activist or not. In my context, academics are not activists necessarily, at least for my generation. But this is becoming so important that, yes, you become an activist in the sense that you go and tell your neighbor, hey, you're wasting our water. Please stop washing your car with your hose. Use, you know, something better that could manage your water and ours. And it could work, but the culture or the change in culture might not happen overnight.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone, any volunteer who wants to share a social learning experience? Oh, you have many, I'm sure. Yeah.
I was interested in finding a solution for the city of Sarajevo, where they have a river going through the city, and the river is so dirty and so polluted that everybody is almost angry because it stinks, and only the grandparents are telling their grandchildren that they used to swim in this river, but since decades it's no longer done, and one mayor is losing his term after the other because they are promising solutions on cleaning the river, but it's not existing. And I shared with them the example of Chile, Santiago de Chile, where I was told that they have their river in midst of the city as well, and it was as smelly as all the other rivers in cities. And in Santiago de Chile, they fixed it in the moment where they said, this city is no longer, this river is no longer a long river, but let's cut it into pieces of 100 meters. And each 100 meter, they combine which school is the closest to this 100-meter part of the river. And they made the school and the kids responsible for cleaning the river bank as well as the water. Because how did they do that? They offered, for instance, in the school that the kids were learning at the age of 13 or 14 how to measure the quality of water, etc., etc. And by cutting the river into these pieces, all of a sudden, and they made events around it, and now you can go back and you can enjoy the river. I have thousands of these examples. I have zero example that others got interested in these solutions and started to write about it. And you know, with our project, we get to know so many things, and everything is new to me. I did not even know that there's a city called Jubail in Saudi Arabia, because I'm now 59, but I never went to Saudi Arabia for several reasons. And I learned that this city of Jubail has the largest industrial zone. So far, so bad, I thought. But then I learned that in this city and this industrial zone of Jubail, they are not losing one drop of water. Although it is bigger than Singapore. It's bigger than Ludwigshafen for us Germans. This is hardly to believe that something is larger than Ludwigshafen, but they are even larger than Singapore, and they don't lose one drop of water. You go there, they are not building their city with skyscrapers like Dubai or Abu Dhabi. No, it is almost like a European city. It's green. There are rivers on the seaside to the Gulf. You can cycle. Women are allowed to cycle. You know, everything what we have as cliches from Saudi Arabia doesn't apply to Jubail. And I ask myself, why the heck am I not aware of that? So we need to build better connections that we learn about all these things which are not working, but how about we build a nice database and stories and narratives around things which were done by human beings and help all of us.
Yeah, that's a great example. And then the question is, of course, also how do cities actually learn from each other? Because as you just said, you know, Ludwigshafen will probably not listen to that city in Saudi Arabia because they think they are somehow better. I want to give you, before we open the general discussion, I want to, can you switch on the, hello? Can you switch on the slide? I want to talk about one SDG, which is very close to my heart, that is mobility, which is normally under SDG 11, but actually it's more, and the more I work with this goal, I see it is also SDG 17, the partnerships, and of course the health, and the land use, and all these other problems, but this is also a problem that every city has. Even Ragusa, I think, has an enormous amount of cars. I wonder, why are all these cars allowed in the city center? So there is a societal cost of traffic congestion, which is obvious, but then there's also pollution, health, stress, noise, use of urban space, and general well-being. But there are very few cities in the world who really tackle this in a systematic way. So Paris is always used as an example. But I want to show you one example because there are so many people here from Helsinki. And so the Helsinki city has quite a radical transformation strategy, which I just recently learned about. And that is basically to use all incoming highways into the city will be turned from motorways to human-centric spaces. That means they will turn from highways to boulevards. And Paris already has this concept of boulevards, that in cities, we cannot have spaces only for cars, but it needs to be like maybe 3 lanes, one for public transport, one for walking and cycling, for active mobility, and only one for private cars. So that is a strategy. And Helsinki is, of course, a city that is very much engaged in SDGs and is, of course, very modern and everything. but there is a huge resistance from the population to do this. So they say this is a master plan for 2050, and but I think there will be a lot of resistance. And so, so the topic I want to discuss here also on the panel is the goal number 17, the partnerships. How do we really work with partners in cities and regions to work together? Because it cannot be one side wants this, the other side wants this, but we need to have these collaboration and new partnerships, not the typical ones. So don't work with the transport department if you want change in transport. Work with the health department or the noise pollution department. That we need to bring new stakeholders in the discussion to really reach something transformative. And so I think we have heard good examples from all of you. And so maybe the first thing I would like to ask all our speakers about how you see this, getting these new alliances for the goals in your field. You want to start?
Well, that is why we started these SDG Erasmus cafes, because if you think about change, change never happened when people looking like me came up with ideas and said, why don't we do this? Change always and only happens when we leave it to the kids. You hear your kids from behind saying, Papa, why are you not using your seatbelt? Papa, why are you doing this? Papa, why are you doing that? This is what makes you change. So the idea of the SDG Erasmus Café is basically let the 15 to 19-year-olds host a cafe in your town and let them come up with projects which they pick, which are the closest out of all the 17, and let them start. And it is amazing how cities and mayors and business leaders and hospitals are changing the moment you have 3 or 5 or 10 12-year-old, 18-year-old or 22-year-olds in front of them, asking them plain questions. And if you do it in the spirit of SDG 17 and SDG 10, SDG 10 is nobody's left behind. And if we are not just understanding nobody's left behind from what we grown-ups make out of it, but if we take it as the word says, nobody is left behind, we get really very far.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Kathy, you want to say something on the collaboration strategies?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fantastic example, Roland, from the community upwards. This is so important, but you know, in many cities we have aging populations. The global demographic is not something that seems to be factored in to many of, you know, and if you look at urban heat islands, etc., those who are in my age group and higher suffer more in urban heat than the kids. You know, so it's about involving everyone. But you're right, that the young have a perspective which is valued and valuable. But I do think that, I'll come back to this phrase of mine, context is everything. The ingredients of change are the same, but the recipe may be different from place to place. And I think we're too much aligned with saying, this is how you make a livable city. This is how you make a sustainable city. This is how you make a what's it city, you know, whatever. And in many senses, you have to involve the community, the young, the old, everyone, because they are living places. The challenge of that lies in inequity. And in so many cities, the most vulnerable are those who are the least able to take action. So if you look at migrants migrants from Africa, where they're losing their lifestyle in the middle of Africa, they're moving into the coastal cities, and if you look at the favelas in Latin America, you're looking at people who are under stress in their lives. And we just don't quite get that equity quite right, because in a sense it's vulnerabilities. They are most vulnerable to dengue, most vulnerable to flooding, most vulnerable to shocks of all sorts. So it's complicated, but it's important, and we have to keep on pushing and taking action. So that's my message.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and in half a minute, Blanca, because
I just have half a minute, but I think an important partnership, and this is something we are trying, because it's changing the nature of the partnership between what we call NGOs, academics, and government. In my context, there are several partnerships that are advancing new forms of collaboration that actually work. And this is because NGOs now actually engage in getting the people doing different things that then they propose and seek support from us academics that will actually engage with them as well. There are certain things that are happening, just like the one you mentioned for the river. We do have that in Monterey because we are surrounded by rivers, and you do need to adopt the river in ways that will increase stewardship and all that. So we do have those partnerships. So thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So it's one o'clock now. So any urgent question? Otherwise, we leave the discussion for lunch. Okay. Any urgent? No urgent question is lunch, right? Okay. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. With that, I would like to thank all my panelists and the audience. Thank you very much. Yes. And see you later in the afternoon here in this venue again. Thank you. Yeah, next door again, I'm sure.
Ibla, and I have the pleasure to give the floor for an address of greetings to the councillor of the Ragusa municipality on behalf of the mayor of Ragusa. This is actually with our President of Republic. So I think it's something that he cannot miss, of course. And with the General Director of the province of Ragusa, I have to say, I have to underline the fact that the province of Ragusa really supports financially really encourage our conference so much. So I decided really to public say thank you to them. So please, Katia.
Good evening to everybody, and I'm really happy to be here. I'm one of the members of the municipality, and actually I'm in charge of the education, of the human resources, and of the building construction for schools. I'm really honored to be with all of you, and also honored to give you the greetings from of my mayor, Giuseppe Cassi, of the mayor of the city, who actually apologized to be not here because he said he's at a national conference with the President of the Republic, with all the mayors of Italy. I bring the greetings on behalf of myself and of the entire council, and extend the greetings of our administration, which is pleased to host all of you in this beautiful building, and also in the University of Ragusa. This is so well coordinated by Pierluigi Catalfo, esteemed professor of economics and business, and at the same time the president of the graduate program in management of enterprises for sustainability and sustainable economy. I thank the professor, especially for his hard working to bring all of you here today and to all this annual conference here in this area that is eager to innovate in order to renew itself through new paths based on sustainability and regeneration. The main goal is to identify new alternatives for economic development that include the use of biological resources as a starting point to go beyond. So that is a well-established concept of bioeconomy and circular economy. Developments that are very important for a small context of Ragusa, because this concept will enable our community to find new ways to deal with the young people migration, a phenomenon that is becoming more and more widespread and increasingly persistent. The good relationship between the university and, of course, with the Professor Catalfo and the municipality during the last year has been possible because both entities had the same goal, meaning to face this phenomenon. And therefore, to hold this conference here for us means to open new windows for a new education that is increasing and focus both on the change and the needs of the world, but at the same time, build the new future from its own place. I'm going to finish, just 2 seconds. What I believe is there is no future and challenge for the future, local or global, that can be faced without the involvement of new generations. During the last year, according to this strict relationship, we try to reverse this trend. In fact, today we have in Ragusa, from this new academic year, we set up a 5-degree program strongly tied to the territory. This does not mean that all young students will remain in Ragusa, but at least they have a new choice and new options. To choose makes the difference, especially when it comes to a person's future. I conclude my greetings just to say that this important opportunity to share and to discuss about such important topics will be the base for the future research that will make Ragusa more attractive, leading to new opportunities for growth, jobs, and economy for our entire community. I thank Prof. Catalfo for his commitment and for giving such a relevant impetus to these university realities. Try to bring about at our attention outstanding topics and professionalism so that from here change can be begun. Many thanks.
I have to say thank you to Katia and to the, not only for the compliments, of course, because they invest a lot on this course. I have a very relevant sponsorship to run this program, so it's made by them and by the municipality of Ragusa and by the Bank of Ragusa, previously from Ragusa, but now from Sicilian. The name changed. It's not anymore Bank of Ragusa, it's Bank of Sicily. I will give you a little translation for the General Director of the Province of Catania. So I'm not a professional, so I will try to interpret what he's saying.
No, lo do a te.
In mezzo.
Grazie, benvenuti a Ragusa.
Welcome to Ragusa, of course.
È un piacere avervi qui e mangiando qualcosa istituzionale, dicendoci cose anche molto scontate, di raccontarvi qualcosa di un po' più interessante che riguarda
So they improve the system, cover and protect the plant in another way, and they grow 10 days in advance.
Da questa idea è nato il principio della serra, che è una costruzione che è nata proprio qui.
The desertic area coming up and up all the time, coming from the north of Africa till here.
Dunque il problema di chiudere un cerchio tra dissalatore, cioè prendere l'acqua del mare, produrre acqua per le nostre coltivazioni e alimentare il dissalatore con la luce del sole o con la geotermia, cioè con l'acqua calda, non è più un progetto del futuro, ma è un progetto di oggi.
So they try to implement the possibility to use the sea, the water of the sea, the sun, and the energy coming from where?
Food.
Okay, the heat coming from the earth. So combining these three elements is possible to solve this problem, and they try already to do this.
Ci confronteremo su questo, spero, sabato mattina.
Sì.
Sono molto disponibile. Ho piacere di imparare molto da voi come l'uomo riesce a pensare attraverso l'economia a quello che è il futuro non suo ma dell'intera umanità.
He said that he's going to participate to the round table. On Saturday we will have a professional translator, so it's not my job. And he's expecting a lot about this activity that you are doing. So he's happy and agreed for each of you, and best wishes for the conference.
Grazie, buon lavoro.
So we changed the schedule, and I'm officially open the conference, and I give you the floor to Leif Vincenzo. Thank you, Leif.
Thank you. Thank you. Grazie. I'm very honored to join you as a kind of co-founder of the new Club of Paris. I will give you some hints about the future. You have always been on the edge on Sicily, but perhaps you have missed the new edges. The new edges will be the following ones, and we have in the participants group some very knowledgeable people that could refine it. But it's like a star, and the star has three major dimensions. And those three major dimensions are space, the outer space, like Elon Musk is going into, but others as well. The second dimension is the molecular dimension. So therefore we can start to do the research on molecular knowledge management. And the third one is of a kind of macroeconomic dimension, and you have it in the program. It's diplomacy and peace. But from an intellectual capital viewpoint, it is about relational capital. How to relate to people. Are you going to fight with them? Are you going to hug with them? Are you going to form alliances? The recommendation to you is to form new alliances. Hug the future by smart alliances. And that could be done like the star I mentioned. It's almost like a Mercedes star. And that is based on four search around the corner. And together with that, you can take some good wine from Sicily. So I wish you a very good conference and a happy future.
Thank you, Leif. I think changing the idea of new relation in new alliance is something that reminds me the action. So you say we have to start to act, to do something that is possible to relate it with the change. So change is a question of action in that sense. Thank you very much, Leif. So I would like to invite Noburu Kono to say something for us. Hi, Noburu. You have to unmute your system.
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you.
Can I share my slides?
Yes.
Can I share my slides? Okay. How about this? Can you see?
Yeah, we see.
Can you see my slide? Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me today. And I really regret that I'm not able to participate in a program in Sicily, Ragusa. Well, instead of saying something good, I'd like to share one example of a regenerative idea, which is regenerative cities, by a Japanese architectural firm. I've been an advisor to this company for many years, and recently the future-oriented project is about regenerative cities. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. For instance, we just had a kind of a conference about regenerative city in 2050. It's all in Japanese, but you can recognize regenerative cities here. at the end, at the right. And it's about the state of the city in which it is teeming with activity, is lively, something growing like our organism. How to make our hardware construction cities to become like a living organization. Of course, the idea of regenerative came from these ideas, beyond sustainable and be regenerative. This is except from Wired magazine. And when we talk about regenerative cities, you may think of something like this, but behind the idea of this regenerative cities is our concern about future of cities. For instance, the Sasuke Sassen's, the book Expulsions. That means you live in your city, but you may be expelled or you may be expelled because of the war, famine, economic disruption. We don't know, but you think you could sustainably live in your city, but the world, the complex situation may not allow you to do so. So what will be regenerative beyond sustainable? The aspect is go beyond the dichotomy. Today's world is divided and they separated. It's the dichotomy. How to overcome dichotomy? Eastern thinking or predicative logic, like the right side, is one way of doing that. How to go beyond dichotomy is the issue. I just skipped this. This is my book, but the point is we are living in a very complex world where I name para-existence, which is autonomous, pragmatic society, which is very complex, but where in this situation you need the thinking beyond dichotomy. So back to these architectural projects, regenerative alternative cities. This is the city, a skyscraper made of wood. This is actually going on. So one actually approach to regenerative cities is use renewable natural resources utilization and they make it into the businesses. Or make it agile cities by making new connections. Or walkable cities.
Noburu, excuse me, but we don't see the slides.
Okay.
I mean, now you. Okay, here we are.
Okay, well,
because
think,
we've seen just the first slide was kind of blocked.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I just go through because I'm sorry. For the sake of time, I just go through. But if I make it in the presentation mode, it just stays. Maybe I just go like this. Skip.
Now we see now. We
regenerative
see now.
cities.
It's okay.
Yeah, regenerative cities. Yeah, going from sustainable to regenerative. I think regenerative city may concern is expulsions. You may be expelled from your cities or where you live. That's a concern in the modern world because of the war, famine, the climate changes, etc., etc. So how you make your cities or your life regenerative. And the deep cause of this expulsion is the deep separation or dichotomy. So how to go beyond dichotomy? We may be able to apply Eastern kind of or ancient kind of logic, where you accept for my recent book, I think the world is now heading for the para-existence system or society, where the people seek both freedom, autonomy, and the pragmatism at the same time, different from the others. So go back to the architecture project. This is one case. How to make regenerative cities real is use timber or wood resources and utilize them into businesses. This is skyscraper made of wood. It's going on really in Japan. Or make new connections, agile cities, make new connections and networks to support cities, or make it walkable cities. And as a base, we think that the wild thinking or bricklayer thinking is important for alternative cities or regenerative cities. This I will conclude. We are now trying to apply the concept of biosemiotics environment. This is just an example of regenerative city in Japan. And this is just a food for thought for you. I hope this would be some tool for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Noburu. I was fascinating.
I'm sorry about the.
Go ahead.
Sorry, maybe you may not be able to see them well, but I hope you could grasp the idea.
It's okay. I have to tell you that I was fascinating about the fact that by your presentation is a clear exemplification of what means rule techniques by science.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Because in that way, we answer the question is why we do this, why we have to follow an improvement of in technological field. So this is very interesting and very inspiring for our work. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I invite Mark Markula to take the floor and to say something for our conference.
Okay, thank you very much, and really great that I can contribute shortly there. And I don't know if you have the slides so you can show them as well, but I'll go quickly through some of those, and then anyhow they will be available later on for all of the participants. But let me first say that I will deliver some insights from the European Committee of the Regions. We are official part of the European Union decision-making, more than 300 members from all parts of Europe, mainly mayors, regional presidents, councillors, and so on. And I've been the member here from 2010, during the time that the initiating special permanent committee for the Parliament of Finland, a committee for the future. Not to predict the future, but do a lot of technology assessment work with the experts, and then kind of invent the future, what is needed. And we've done a lot of good reports there. I was 8 years a member on the Parliament, and now after that, one of the core team members in creating the Aalto University. My responsibility role was the societal impact. And then from 2015, first I was the president of this committee of the regions, practically the only president in our 30-year history north of Germany. So typically the presidents are from Central Europe or Southern Europe. So these are my kind of backgrounds. And now recently, actually yesterday, I was in our plenary meeting in the European Parliament's hemicycle, the main meeting room, or today as well. But yesterday, finally, we approved this special opinion on the future of Europe's EU's climate policy. And I've been the rapporteur on that, and you will then most likely already next week get the full report of that. So because it's really an extensive document, concrete measures what are needed in Europe, but linking that a bit to the knowledge, how to co-create the knowledge, how to improve the leadership and so on. So, and specifically I'll highlight some critical role of knowledge and how to fairness its potential to address crises, different crises that we are facing effectively. And my, let's say, 3 key points, I want to say them already at the beginning. First, with knowledge, which is global resources, knowledge is really, and data is the most critical raw material nowadays, not anymore oil and so on. So first point is the creative tension, exploring the imperatives for nature, innovation and research development, and whether the ambition should be a transition, evolution step by step, or it as I'm strong believer now, it's time to make a systematic transformation, a giant leap. The second point is that we need cities, some of the cities be pioneers, forerunners, or at least front runners. Yesterday we had the power cities, power regions catering at the Bavarian House here in Brussels, 20 key regions from Europe who are the leaders in the European Regional Innovation Scoreboard. We will finding solutions how to take the next steps. And this front-runner cities, it means stressing the pivotal role of local and regional authorities, which are responsible for, if we take an example of the mitigation, the climate. So we, the local level, regional level, we implement 70% of the mitigation measures and practically 90% of the climate adaptation measures. And these are really, really crucial. This means as well so that these cities should be place-based innovation ecosystems, or practically it's a city can and should be an ecosystem of several innovation ecosystems. And then definitely the third point is that systematic and technological challenges, what we are facing on. So I'll go quickly through a bit of those, because in the work, if you still go one back, so just to mention in the first slide was these systematic challenges, how we see that we need to see that especially this transformation to carbon neutrality is the most crucial challenge for the humankind, for the globe. The second is that the cities, municipalities, moving already for long to be a kind of platform economy provider. So city as such is not anymore producing all the services, but creating favorable conditions for all kinds of businesses and development, citizen activities. And on this, we face the new kind of productivity challenges. And then, of course, societal and the whole resilience issue. It's not only resilience, but as Leif and several others, quite many of you who are there, so we've been several years working on for societal innovations, even changing the laws and so on. And then we have the group of technological challenges, these digital systems, quantum computers, artificial intelligence, bioeconomy is really coming fast with the superperforming materials, and electrification, the whole society, electrification, the whole economy. And from these, then we go to these challenges, as you have in the slide, what Ursula von der Leyen in her July statements, Green Deal, but it's not only about the nature or saving the planet, but it's climate neutrality and resilience. They are imperative for all different activities, especially for industrial policy, but as well for competitiveness, European competitiveness, security policy, well-being policy, health, and all of those. And if you take the next region, the opinion that we approved after enormous amount of votings yesterday, but most of that was approved unanimously when all the people, participants, members took into account rapporteurs, my personal kind of innovative proposals. And let's see if we can change the slide. So then there is one slide. Next one, please. It's slide. One of you control. Yeah, if you are controlling the slide, so that's good.
Is this one?
No, go to the next one. Okay, anyhow, I will continue with it. When you can change the slide, so please do that. So, because I just want to emphasize that the Europe needs to keep up with the ambitious targets, and then for that we need systematic transformation, so that all are working together, being the local or regional industry, being that the governments, and so on. So all need to work on this. And then if we look at these critical success factors, because I think that the mentality, the mindset, the leadership, all that needs to be reviewing the human capital. All what Leif said about the relational capital as well is included. And then for my own, let's say, research and lifelong innovation policy, I've created this, that I want to focus on these 6 different kind of success, critical success factors. Knowledge, which is knowledge.
Anthropocene report is green growth happening from last year that show that at current rate of decoupling, early industrialized countries, which are often presented as those showing that green growth should work, would need another 200 years on average to reach net zero in terms of emissions. This is anything but sustainable. A further problem that we can highlight is that, independently of all the ecological problems, we see a trend of secular stagnation. So the growth rates are, in the last decades, have decreased, leading to a substantial economic crisis of destabilizing economies. And these are just some of the reasons I want to highlight that are brought to substantiate the perspective that is known as degrowth or post-growth. It's an umbrella term that has been used over the last 1.5 decades, mainly by a movement of activists, academics, and practitioners. On the one hand, it's an ensemble of growth critiques, and on the other hand, it's a proposal for the global north to live well within limits. It's important to understand this as a provocation against the religion of growth in early industrialized countries. Because it's a provocation, it often leads to many misrepresentations or misunderstandings. I've summarized some here because I think they could improve the collective discussion understanding. So first, a first misunderstanding is saying that degrowth means the global south will remain poor. This is the opposite of what degrowth is about, which is actually about leaving space for development in the global south, because global north economies reduce their economic production. A second misunderstanding is that degrowth aims at reducing all economic activities, and that less GDP is the goal. Obviously, this would be absurd, because of some of economic activities we need more. Degrowth is about selective growth and degrowth, about selecting and not growing everything at the same time, which is the add-on strategy that is dominant. Degrowth does also not mean austerity, a politics of less or recession, but rather a reshaping of economic structures so that with less production, stable economies provide wealth for everyone. Degrowth is also not against technology, innovation, or progress, but it's a project to adapt the conditions for progress, given a situation where the development of productive forces is highly destructive. And finally, degrowth is not a project about individual renunciation or voluntary simplicity, but mainly about creating the societal conditions for everyone to live well with less. So more concretely, degrowth is an emerging field of research, and I put in here a paper, a review paper that we've published some years ago, where we show how key contributions come from history, economics, anthropology, technology studies, political science, or ecological economics. So it's this broad field of research, and it's broad because growth is a key concept in all these disciplines, and touches on the question of how to overcome growth, touches on all these different areas of life. Degrowth is based on the critique of economic growth. But it's not just the critique of the ecological critique of economic growth, but it's much broader. There's other currents within the degrowth debate, and I don't have the time to go into these, but I just want to flag these, that there's a feminist critique of economic growth, a South-North critique of economic growth, a social critique of economic growth, etc. And each brings a certain important perspective to complement this important proposition that degrowth is making. A degrowth society can be defined as a society that, in a democratic process of transformation, firstly, enables global ecological justice. It transforms material metabolism and thus also production and consumption in such a way that its way of life is ecologically sustainable in the long term and globally just. So this is the first point, reducing the amount of things that are produced because these create the conditions for ecological justice. The second point is equally important. The question, how can a society with a much reduced energy and material throughput, how can it create strengthen social justice, self-determination, and a good life for all with this much smaller social metabolism? And thirdly, this can only be done by redesigning institutions and infrastructures that are currently dependent on economic growth. From physical infrastructures to social institutions, financial markets, the welfare system, etc., to mental infrastructure, so the roads in our menageries that basically define what is a good life, and finally also the entire economic system. And this is obviously a huge task. And in the debate, there has been a wealth of policies that have been developed, policy proposals in different areas of society that have been developed to basically substantiate how this shift to a post-growth society could be realized. And I put here some, I will not go into these, but just finish with this slide, showing that there's this wealth of radical propositions of how to change a society to overcome growth that could then form the conditions for creating real, strong sustainability. And these include radical transformation of society along the lines of a cap on income and wealth, a reduction of the average working time, a radical democratization of technological development, producing less of those things that are mainly serving elite consumption, and also international proposals along the lines of international solidarity, or ecological reparations. I leave with this. I know this could be a very provocative and complicated issue to discuss, but from my perspective, this is one of the most daring and important projects in the current ecological crisis to avoid the most dangerous disasters that have been sketched in the most recent State of Climate report. Thank you very much.
Matthias, thank you very much. I would like, if that's possible technically, to get Javier Carrillo introduced as my co-moderator, if it's possible to link him in. Javier, if you contribution of Matthias, because I think you know his work, since you are our expert in degrowth. Javier?
Matthias introduction to this subject that has been of an increasing concern to World Capital Institute. Insofar as we are extremely worried about the current direction and speed of challenges that we are facing in environmental terms. And in this sense, I would like to refer, just to make a brief connection, to something that Matthias mentioned, and it's a core aspect of the growth perspective. And this is supposed to connect through the rest of the session with the following speakers. The question is this. The growth has two avenues. One is the critical one that questions, and is a rather obvious argument that in both physical, biological, and systemic terms, unrelented growth is not possible, is not viable. There's no way that we can continue to grow indefinitely. So that's the first aspect of the growth, and it is often well accepted. The other aspect yet is what to do instead. And the one line of work that we are undertaking at the World Capital Institute is to explore the leverage potential of knowledge and intellectual capital for value creation in order to sustain qualitative growth that makes possible that the quality of life does not decrease, but only improves in human and social terms, despite us having to reduce our extraction and consumption of natural resources. So I would like to pose this question to as a theme to continue through our session, and with this I give back the word to our following speaker. Thank you, Gunther.
Thank you, Javier, very much. And I think also we are too scarce in time now. We have not the time to discuss all what you said and what has been said also by Matthias Schmelzer. Matthias, I think you will step out because you said that latest at 4 o'clock you need to leave. And we had to reshuffle the whole session now. Since also Stefano said that he would be limited time, I will now make a kind of an analogic switch, first to Stefano and then back to Gareth. Gareth is present in the room. You can see him on the screen, so it's easier, of course, with the person face to face, to get it reorganized. And so I would like Stefano to take over. Maybe you can, as flexible as you are, make some reference to the degrowth if you like. But anyway, the expectation is that you inform us on the most recent developments on intangible reporting. Thank you, Stefano. Please, yes, start. also in a position to get in touch with you. I take it also that your wiki engagement is for invitation of participation. I remember that when we had a common project 2 years ago in Austria, where you were involved in, and you made the point that, for example, also the Austrian community could join for a wiki instantiation in this country. So I take the opportunity here to bring the message to the audience. If there's anyone interested in getting engaged in the wiki, I see in front of me, for example, a representative from Romania, that people like him could potentially take the message with him and find out if there's a possibility for local implementation. There's some side noise, I'm sorry for that. Stefano, thank you very much. You may stay in the session, but we need to switch immediately now to the next one, who is a person on available on spot, who is Gareth Davies, who came from the Netherlands, as much as I understand, to visit us and to take up the subject of degrowth. And he may use the occasion also to open discussions within the community present here in Ragusa. Thank you very much again, Stefano, and switch over to Gareth.
I have been asking myself, where would a priest have stood in this church? Because I'm sure that there's a point where the acoustics are perfect, if I only knew where it was. But I don't know enough, I'm afraid, about Catholic church services to identify that place and go and stand there. But I think, am I understandable like this? Yeah? Is it closer? Okay. The closer I go, the more echo. That's the way it is. Perfect. Thank you very much. Shall I just tap on that to change? Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to Günther for the chance to be here as an outsider to this club. It's a privilege and a pleasure. I'm a lawyer. I teach law in Amsterdam, and as our professional deformation is that we are on the whole better at saying why other people are wrong than at coming up with solutions ourselves. And that's, in a way, what I'm going to do is provide an overview of degrowth before Matthias, in a way, but at the same time, it's always quite nice to have the last word, so I'll enjoy that. And I'm not pro, I'm not anti, I'm more interested in it, because one of the things that strikes me is this is an idea that has exploded onto the scene. 5, 6 years ago, almost no one was talking about it, and now it seems almost a badge of membership to a part of society to be sympathetic to degrowth. Many of my colleagues in the university are writing about it or interested in it, and it's really kind of come from nowhere at very great speed. And the question I had for myself is simply, well, what is degrowth? What do people mean by it? What is this thing? It comes from France, 1970s. Exiles, Soissons-Huitard, exiled by the French government to the countryside. And they came up with the idea of an alternative to the kind of modernist, consumptive, industrial French state. As far as I understand their vision of degrowth, it's a bit like sort of a holiday of a Northern European. It's sitting in a pretty place with your friends and eating organic food and singing songs and having a nice time. It's a viable alternative for some people. The idea then, it stuck around, but it has now enjoyed a new burst of life with the climate crisis, where it's very popular amongst young people, but it's generally very popular. There's an interesting switch that's gone on. When it began, the concern was that we would run out of resources. This was post-war industrialization in Europe, and one of the concerns was partly life is becoming shit. And this was actually, I do think, a mildly decadent middle-class perception, in the sense that it was just like, our life was very nice, and now there's all these factories, and everyone's just obsessed with making things. But the concern was that we would run out of resources, and now, in a way, the concern has changed to, we won't run out. If only oil and gas would run out, it's more become a question of, like, that we will use too much. But at the same time, there's an underlying theme, and that is of too much growth. Now, But it's a slippery idea. So sometimes they say, you can define a shape by what's around it. What is it not? Almost the only thing that unites writers on degrowth is their dislike for capitalism. You can read every article on degrowth and you won't find a good word to be said about capitalism. So that's very much, capitalism is inherently, it's about profit in a way. It's about making more out of less. So in that sense, the growth idea and capitalism are so closely linked. It's anti-capitalist. It's also deeply anti-green growth, which they see as a lie. And that also, I think, is pretty much shared by most degrowth writers and supporters. They say growth isn't green. That's just wishful thinking by the European Commission. The EU has taken that as one of its mottos of its environmental policy. They, you can say it, but it doesn't make it true, as we know from American politics. But interestingly also, it has some more surprising enemies, and many degrowth writers are very hostile to sustainable development, which they see as greenwashing. Because, again, it's a softer term, but this idea of development, they say, contains the growth idea, and they're like, it's not sustainable growth. And they see sustainable development as, in a way, a rearguard action trying to sustain and soften capitalism, rather than facing the harsh truth, which is that we need less. But less of what? And there are at least 3 meanings, which can be combined in many different ways. It's a bit like Protestantism, actually, in the sense that I don't think there's any, you create a church and within a week it's split into 10 new churches, and I don't think there's any 2 people who agree on everything. But they're, broadly speaking, one of the simplest, this is present in the literature, particularly amongst scientists, hard scientists, who throw the term in, the simple reduction in material throughput is what the early French writers called it, or materially, just use less stuff, use less of the planet. The big critique of this is like, fine. I mean, Donald Trump, it's not radically unorthodox to say we should consume less. So the added value of the idea is somewhat limited. Most people agree we should burn less, chop less, kill less, but it's not, the added value is limited. A more interesting idea, which alternative economists are, it's a sort of a niche thing, is the idea that actually the growth is also economic growth. Degrowth is not just less material growth, but it's less economic growth. And as we see from Matthias's presentation, and I'm lucky that he's gone because he'd probably be interrupting by now. Sorry, this is contested. But there are a very significant branch of the literature says, no, it's about economic growth as well. We need to shrink the economy. Now, a critique of that is people say, obviously, theoretically, economic growth doesn't need more material consumption. Doesn't have to. Intangibles, that's not necessary. But this literature has a whole body of data, and they say, yeah, theoretically we know, but it doesn't happen. There's never been a period of economic growth in human history which does not correspond to increased use of material resources. So the fact is, we can all design a sort of wonderland where the economy grows without this using more resources, but it doesn't happen. So we have to bite the bullet and accept we need a smaller GDP and a smaller economy. That's not such an easy thing to sell politically, and it has various critiques. I mean, one critique is, but surely, yeah, that's the whole point. That's the task now, to separate the two, material growth. And so we've never done it before, but now we have to. There's also another critique of it, which is in a way part of the degrowth movement was trying to get away from this obsession with growth, 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 growth. And this almost shares that obsession in a mirror image, talking about growth, 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 saying smaller, 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 bigger, bigger, bigger. But they're still talking about growth the whole time. So there is a niche branch of economic literature which goes on about we need to shrink the economy. But I think the widespread, the most popular version of degrowth is more slippery, more vague, more holistic. It's a more complete philosophy. And the original French writers spoke about, at least in the translations that I've read, and Italians as well actually, spoke about turning away from growth. It's actually an indifference to growth. It's simply the idea of like, growth doesn't matter. If it happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, fine. It's not what's important in life. So it's actually, I mean, in that sense, degrowth is perhaps not even necessarily the best translation. Or it would almost be more like ungrowth, anti-growth. It's just forget growth. Think about more important things. And the original keyword, I mean, conviviality, I saw that was on Matthias' slide. This is a word that nobody uses in normal English anymore, except in degrowth literature. And it's this idea that actually human connection is important. Policy, governmental policy, individual life choices should be based around trying to create more human connection and not around trying to have more stuff or more wealth. And there's a bunch of keywords which come up again. I put some on the slide. Small scale, frugality, but they always emphasize joyful frugality. So it's not, part of the degrowth philosophy is that if you don't, it's very close to Christianity and to socialism in some ways. It's very much, if you accept less, you will be happier. If you have a life that is built around enjoying simple things, sharing things, making connections with human beings, this will damage the world less and it will make you happier. And this is where policy should aim, a bit like sort of the Bhutanese and is it the Nepalese and their happiness index instead of GDP. But I say it's like Christianity in the sense of the embrace of, although I'm sure 70s French intellectuals would be spitting blood to hear their ideas compared to Christianity, but it was in the sense of the unmaterial. It's also like socialism in the sense of the decommodification, an attempt that individuals should not need to live their lives in a competitive way, trying to win, trying to be top of the class, trying to earn more, trying to get promotion, trying to more, but taking them out of the market so that they can simply live. That's what I mean, like, holiday in a pretty place kind of. Their vision of life is that in a way life should be like a holiday with friends in a pretty place. And it's, in that sense, a nice vision. It's difficult to be against it. It has some strengths. It's subversive. And I think it's very French, actually, in this sense. There is no state that is as modernist and that likes to think that it's as rational as the French state, which defends its decisions on very rational terms. And all of the kind of viral French thinkers, basically, rather than meeting a modernist idea head on and saying, you're wrong, you're inefficient, you're not doing your job well enough, they say it's internally incoherent. Postmodernism, deconstructionism, Foucault, they say, you say this, but actually it doesn't work on its own terms. Let's turn it inside out. And this is subversive because, if you meet them on their terms, they have the muscle, they win. But you say, but you're talking about the wrong things. You've misunderstood the rules of the games. It makes your opponents spit blood. It's very attractive. It's almost addictive in its ideas. And in this sense, I think this is a characteristic of French resistance intellectualism, and degrowth is, in that sense, a typically French idea. Say, the big thing that you're trying to achieve is not worth achieving. But it's also something that really speaks to our but you know, the point is made. You've probably heard, you know, McDonald's is the most efficient food on the planet. Carbon footprint of eating there is less than if you cook your hamburgers at home, which may or may not be true. But basically the critique is often that small-scale things are not necessarily an adequate answer in an overpopulated planet.
Everybody should have an opportunity to be active in their leisure time and have a hobby. And they also want to strengthen the skills of adults to support young people. So that's their actual things that they are doing for well-being, for example. Then we are concerned about democracy. I take you an example from Japan. In Tokyo, which is a multi-million inhabitant city, there are pockets and areas that are very different from each other. For example, Shibuya is a well-known, well-to-do part of Tokyo. And there's a non-profit organization called Shibuya University Network. It's not a real university by the standards that we know. They don't have a building. They don't have hired professors. Anybody can be a teacher. But they have been very successful. So since their initiation, 2006, they have had already 1,600 classes and over 45,000 participants. And people are hungry for more. They are learning. They are challenging each other. And this is very inspiring to them. Perhaps some of them want to go to real universities to pursue their future learning, but this is a good start. Another example of our early findings. What is the role of a city or a community? For example, a city of Okayama in Japan. They have a goal to develop communities where people gather to learn, think, and act together towards the realization of a sustainable society. They have chosen to use this learning city as a tool to go further with this goal. And they do this through the promoting of this ESD, which is Education for Sustainable Development, through kominkans. And kominkan in Japan is a community learning center.
We have enough, right? 3 of you and 3 of us. And microphone. Yeah. What's the problem? To start? Hey, should I sit here and then 3 of us, but then yes, maybe 3 of us. Lina, Lina, how to sit? Yes, I'm sitting. I'm just announcing, introducing you. I can sit here.
And you're also making
One.
Okay.
Yeah, you have also. See, it's now on, but we will press, right? Everyone will press on as you want to.
Just here.
Yeah, press on. Also, like video will be here, so you can also
You can see
see what is going on. Like no music, so all the time. People can just see like chapters and contributors. So don't worry, and we have our discussion.
Dina showed me a fantastic.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we can improve it later. This is first version, right?
Be here in control. I just say it. Because at least not the younger ones.
Excuse.
No,
I'm sitting.
one. Okay. Hello, once again, everyone. It's really a pleasure to have you here in the room. Thank you for coming. Let me introduce you the last panel discussion we have today on the future of intellectual capital, which we discussed intellectual capital in different contexts today. But right now we want to introduce you kind of a really interesting project, a book. We were working more than a year on it. On behalf of the New Club of Paris, I want to say thank you to all the contributors before we begin. But this was quite an interesting journey, bringing pioneers of the theory and the conception, and also youngsters, younger generations, and building bridges between those two generations. So let me, first of all, introduce our panelists, then the agenda, how we will organize this panel, and then we will proceed. So I will start from the editors of the book. Let me introduce Professor Aino Kianto. Aino Kianto is a professor of knowledge management at Lathe University, Finland, and also the member of the New Club of Paris. The next editor of the book is Professor Sladiana Cabrillo. Sladiana is a professor of management at Aishou University, Taiwan, and since today, a board member of the New Club of Paris. And congratulations, Sladiana. And we received 16 interesting contributions, and more than 20 authors contributed to the book. And today we have 3 of them. First of all, Stefan Gundelberg, the president of New Club of Paris and also academic director of the graduate school in Lausanne, Switzerland. Also, Professor Günther Koch, who is a honorary member of New Club of Paris, one of the co-founders of the club, and also founder of the Humboldt Cosmos Multiversary. And one more author participating here today is Professor Günther Sachs, also the member. No professor, okay, too humble to be called professor, but yeah, it's also one of the founding members of New Club of Paris and really contributing to our activities. So 3 of the authors are participating today. What will be the agenda of our panel discussion? First of all, the idea of how the book was started developing will be introduced by Professor Aino. Then we will move to Professor Sladiana. She will introduce the structure of the book and the key ideas behind the chapters and ideas proposed in the book. And later on, we will ask all the authors participating here briefly introduce key ideas behind their chapters in the book. And then we will move to some discussion, questions here in the panel, and of course, questions from the audience. So let's start. I'll give a word to Professor Aino Kianto with the introduction of idea, how we started this interesting journey.
Okay, thank you so much, Lena. Yeah, so I think everything started on a dark, cold winter night in January 2022. Slazana and I were having a Teams meeting between Finland and Taiwan and trying to come up with a suitable and inspiring idea for a conference paper to jointly present at the European Conference on Knowledge Management, which that year was held, I think in Napoli, yeah. And as we started, toying around with ideas, I think that both of us had sort of been faced with the realization that while both of us had been studying and teaching intellectual capital for almost 2 decades, we somehow had the impression that the discussion hasn't really been moving too much forward in the recent years. I, for one, have been very guilty of making many quantitative studies on the impact of intellectual capital on various dimensions of organizational performance, which, while having been published in quite reputed journals even, are just making some kind of incremental contributions to what we already knew about intellectual capital. And to be quite honest, we were starting to get a little bit bored of these discussions, which, we felt are still centered around these very fundamental basic ideas that were constructed by the first generation classics of intellectual capital school of thought, such as Leif Edvinsson, Karl-Erik Sveibu, Göran Roos, and you know all of these people. So a lot of the discussion was still reveling or even being trapped within what we lovingly like to call the 3 boxes of intellectual capital. Human capital, structural capital, and relational capital. And of course, this kind of perspective to organizations, and why not even societies and individuals and so on, provides a very valuable strategic framework to think about the valuable intangible resources that you need in whatever productive activities you or your system is trying to strive for. But we really had the sense that, we have been just speaking about these same things now for several decades. But at the same time, there have been such tremendous disruptions in the work life, in the business models, in the global system as a whole, that can this approach, basically deriving from 3 decades ago, still be completely valid? Or should there maybe be the need for more radical update of both intellectual capital theory as well as the related practices? So this was our idea with Slazana. So then we wrote first a conference paper to European Conference on Knowledge Management 2022. Then we elaborated our thinking a bit further, addressed some megatrends we were seeing happening in the world, and really tried to generate some ideas how things like digitalization, remote work, gig work, sustainability crisis, for example, how these kind of megatrends should impact our understanding of intellectual capital. We also continued this work next year in the subsequent European Conference on Knowledge Management, and also collaborating with a more junior colleague of mine, Assistant Professor Henri Hussinki, also from LUT University, Finland. We also produced a book chapter to the 20 years anniversary book of a sister association of New Club of Paris, the International Association for Knowledge Management. But still we felt that, okay, now we have the ideas of three rather, passionate and knowledgeable people about this topic. But, it's still only the ideas coming from the three of us. So we really felt the need to engage this community of intellectual capital scholars more widely. And this was really our mission then, to try inspire the engaged members in our community to join us for this challenge of really trying to rethink intellectual capital theory and practice. And now over to Slazana.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will just continue this kind of, let's say, like story. And what we actually hoped, we really hoped to receive new, brave, and courageous ideas. So that was the way actually to really make some progress, let's say, like in intellectual capital theory and practice. And we couldn't be more happy than we are now, right? Like we, for the beginning, because this is just beginning of the journey. It's not the end, definitely. So it's just still ongoing and all the time developing, like field of, let's say, like research and practice. And, we collected 16 chapters. You can see here, we will also, like after repeat the video so that you can see, let's say, like contributors and some kind of, let's say, like their chapter ideas and their main contributions. But, like what I would like to, let's say, like very briefly introduce the book. We collected 16 chapters, and although these are just, let's say, like individual narratives, that means contributors actually didn't know much about other contributors. We actually really tried and made efforts to group these ideas into some kind of bigger parts, and we actually at the end made basically 4 parts of the book. In section 1 and the first part of the book, more or less, like authors challenge prevailing linear and static and unidimensional thinking about intellectual capital. So what they tried actually to emphasize more on something like multi-level, full of dynamics, IC ecosystem thinking. So we grouped, and this is a group of 5 chapters that we have in part 1 of the book. Then in second part of the book, it's more about smart and societal growth, global one. So this section actually explores how intellectual capital extends beyond organizations and operates within, for example, public sector, nations, and global communities. So this is more like this part includes 3 chapters that are quite, let's say, devoted to global growth, global sustainability, how intellectual capital contributes to these, let's say, global concepts. Part number 3 of the book actually considers where intellectual capital meets artificial intelligence and that kind of interplay between intellectual capital and artificial intelligence. This part includes 3 chapters, but basically all chapters somehow addressed in some sense that AI issues, but more or less it was, the focus was about human aspects of digital transformation. So chapters and authors somehow insist on that kind of humanization, and although they really consider AI as important, let's say, like disruptive change in our environment and global work life, they still believe that human aspect should be the most important driver of our, let's say, global sustainable growth. And then the last part of the book includes 5 chapters. More or less, they try to rethink economic models, to try to redefine value, what is really value, what should be value, who should decide on what is really value in our global society, and they try actually to rethink the progress in the future knowledge year. So these 5 chapters, I would say all chapters are quite thought-provoking. So that's what we really hope to receive, something more brave and something really like new and fresh ideas to collect for the beginning. So this is not the end, because I think this is just beginning. If we really want to develop the field further, then we really need to be open all the time for this kind of contributions and discussion. And what I think is our, we also try to include that in this kind of video is that we had so wonderful, let's say like a joint academic journey together with contributors. Like people really felt that kind of positive energy. And I think it's really some kind of good recipe how to create something really good for the future. So to make that kind of platform for future, let's say like new generation of researchers maybe and practitioners, why not? Yeah. So that's my part, and now I will just...
If I can just say something more. The 3 of us, the 3 editors, we also made the decision that we didn't want to put the call of papers, just openly out there for anybody to send anything, but we were actually discussing among ourselves first, who we thought would be the people with the bright new ideas, who actually know where this discussion is coming from, so that they also would have an understanding of what has been said and what would be the novelties actually needed. So the call for papers we put out, it was actually quite targeted. So we were promoting in European Conference of Knowledge Management 2023 in Lisbon. We were also promoting in the New Club of Paris meeting this book idea, and also Lina, Slazana and I, we also personally contacted some of the key thinkers in this community for their contributions. Yeah, to have, the people who we thought might come up with the potential bright new ideas. And what we were really emphasizing, I think, when being in contact with the authors, was that we really wanted to have some courageous, brave new thinking. Being in a church, I can say that maybe we're encouraging people to be even a little bit iconoclastic, if I can use this term, being here in the altar, in the church. Yeah.
Thank you, co-authors, for this brief introduction of the idea of the book and the structure and what ideas lies behind every chapter and every part of the book. May I give a word to 3 authors participating here today. It's really a pleasure to have you here and to have you as authors in the book. So I'll give a word to Stefan, first of all. Just briefly introduce the idea behind your chapter, what you want to share with the audience. Okay?
Okay, good, great. Yeah, thank you very much. Now it's on. Yeah, now you can hear me. Thank you again for the editors for this huge effort. It's also next year the upcoming 20th birthday of the New Club of Paris, and it's very timely to have the theory renewed on that and thinking about the future of intellectual capital. So I could not be more thankful as the president of New Club of Paris that you initiated that. I know it's a huge effort to put a book together, so thank you very much for this. Speaking about the future of value and success, we had it already yesterday that we need to think again about the measures. And yesterday and also today, this morning, for example, Bodo put very much his thoughts around the Nobel Prize winners. And actually, when you listen carefully this morning, you know already of whom we are talking about. It's especially this person's here. And it's really an interesting read when you go into detail what they have written about, and I think it's very timely, not just for the new Club of Paris, but also for the redefinition of value and success. I really recommend their main paper, why they got the Nobel Prize on it, countries with better institutions. We discussed already yesterday, also during the gala dinner, what that kind of implications that might have given the conflicts going around worldwide, but also giving the elections results in some large countries. And one of their famous and central messages basically is that country with better institutions will invest more in human capital and therefore will have more prosperity. And I think you can not summarize better the main idea of the new Club of Paris, taking care of the knowledge economy and the new frameworks and requirements of the knowledge economy of that also. And what they have done in their paper is basically to analyze that historically, where you see countries like the US, like Singapore, like New Zealand, like Australia on the top, where there was really a good protection of property rights, of human capital, investment in human capital, and that leads to a long-term thinking of the development of the societies. And where that protection is not given, especially in countries where you have not a good protection of property rights, and in the future it's of course intangibles. Think about artificial intelligence, how well intangible rights are protected, intellectual property rights especially, then of course that leads to short-term thinking and just short-term optimization and not long-term growth. So that was the basic idea of my chapter. I contributed to the book to emphasize this important and not just to keep that abstract in the academic world, but to put some most updated and current examples to that. Not sure how many have heard about Ruth Gottesman. She is a founder, big founder. Her husband built up some wealth together with Warren Bennis and the investment fund of Warren Bennis. She earned that money when her husband died, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, and she gave the money to a medical school. It's the Bronx Medical School, 1 billion, significant endowment, to basically reduce the debts of the students, because one big challenge in the United States is that you have to pay for your studies. Most students cannot afford, so you go to bank basically to get loans, and then when you are a graduate, you have a huge amount of debt with a huge pressure to pay that back. So to increase the number of medical students, which we all need for our health in the future, and to have a scholarship program, and that endowment will allow now the school to provide basically free studies and free opportunities for future doctors to study at the school. So there I said in the chapter, she has understood that principle, transforming financial capital, which is available in large amounts there. Just look at the US election to transform that to future human capital, which is something where you can see that is really a best practice. And Roland mentioned just this morning, we should more focus on best practices and not worst practices. But just to make that more transparent, I've also compared that towards the bad practice, the worst practice. We have 1,000 days of tragedies and human loss of capital in various forms. When you look to the Ukraine-Russian conflict with many refugees, with many dead and wounded people, and a lot of cost involved in the war. And there's just an article which came out a couple of days ago from the Business Insider I highly recommend to read, because it's analyzing the biggest problem Mr. Putin has at the moment, which is really the brain drain of his country, losing the best people for the future, which gives that country, of course, not a great perspective. Then I went last week to the Drucker Forum, where the basic title was The Next Knowledge Work. So you can say also the next knowledge management. And I met this professor, and I highlight him, Gian Piero Petriglieri, because he's well known in this region, as his father, Professor Pietro Petriglieri, was a very well-known professor in medicine, in anatomy, in this area of medicine. And I was really moved, not just by the presentation of Gian Piero, but also by the memorable words towards his father. He died also, unfortunately, a couple of years ago. And Gian Piero, also studying himself medicine, following in the footsteps of his father, decided then there might be even a more important discipline to focus his attention on than medicine, and that is management. And he decided to become the first humanistic professor on management, given his background that he studied first medicine, then psychology, and now he is one of the leading professors on management and organizational behavior at INSEAD, and I really recommend his readings. And he shared a story which reminded me of a very similar story. He shared that around his surrounding at INSEAD, where the Imperial Castle of Versailles is very nearby. We met at the Imperial Castle in Vienna, and I myself grew up at another Imperial Castle, which is Ludwigsburg in Germany, so nearby this fantastic site. I grew up, and we had a neighbor where this neighbor was working at the castle. And I asked him, what does motivate you to work for such an old historic site? Yeah, when you're young, you think it might be boring to give everyday tours in this kind of museum. It's kind of outdated. And the answer was very close to what Gian Pietro presented in Vienna, was, well, the motivation comes from people live there in this organization. And it's true. It's true in this castle, it's true in Versailles, that actually it's the home of many people still today. It's not just a museum. It's the home of renovators, decorators who constantly have to work. It's the home of tour guides. It's the home of musicians who play music there. But last but not least, it's also the home of people who have the apartments in their castle. So it's used by living spaces. Actually, I had also a colleague or friend who attended with me the school who lived there. So I saw that. And I think it's a beautiful metaphor for future organization, also connecting to what you presented, Ines, that we need to perceive organizations not just as machines or as optimizing organisms for making money, and but really as living homes, as in French you would say as maisons, that they provide the living. So, and then the work-life balance, which is often mentioned, perceives in a very different connotation with that, because it's not work-life. It's exactly the opposite. It's around. It's life, work, and work is a major part of our living. There is no separation here. So if we can understand organizations in the future much more as living organizations, as living homes that would humanize management in many senses, and that is my pledge here for the future understanding of value and success of these organizations, to understand them much more as living homes. And that has implications for leadership. Of course, you know this guy here, Peter F. Drucker, who mentioned long ago that we need a mind shift among our leaders, and he was asked the question, who do you see as the most important leader, who is the greatest leader? And his answer during that time was also quite unusual. So he could refer to Jack Welch, for example, from General Electric, or other managers of big, great companies. Today, when you would ask someone the same question, it would be probably Elon Musk or some other leaders here. But his answer was very unusual. We referred to this woman. And I had the pleasure to meet her and even providing seminars together with her in her all the ages. It's Frances Hesselbein. And Frances Hesselbein, in her last years, leading the Peter Drucker Institute for Nonprofit Organizations. But before she did that, she was the CEO of Girl Scout. And the answer of Peter Drucker was, who can ever be a CEO of Girl Scout, who is the female organization of, you can say, the pathfinders, so young girls connected together. She can run any organization, because Girl Scout as an organization is still today a vast organization, a voluntarily organization, a non-profit organization in the United States, and who can run this organization, who can run any organization. And she said, yeah, leadership is really a matter of how to be and not how to do it. So it's not instrumental, and that's exactly part of this humanistic management, that it is not a question of that people are means to the end, but they are really the end. They are the purpose of the organization when you want to provide a living home here. So we have to change a little bit here our perception also, how we work together with human beings. So that's changing in the end our measures of success a lot, and we need to understand that. So that would be the traditional measures of focusing on quantity, on parts, on units, on shareholder value, on the national and international level, on the gross domestic product, return on investments. We all know that. We had yesterday the discussion on growth, economic growth, but also population growth, efficiency, profitability, and still today, these are the normal terms we use. Now we will get a minister for efficiency in the United States, when we still focus on population growth, and capitalism is dependent on economic growth and population growth. We will not be here around for the next 20 years because population is not growing any longer. Just look into the statistics. It's fascinating to see that now over 60 countries are shrinking worldwide, including the superpowers, including Russia, including China. These are shrinking nations. They are no longer growing nations. So if you depend this as a capitalistic system on that, it will no longer work. So we have to change to quantity. As Peter Drucker already mentioned, in a knowledge age, it's much more important to focus on quality. So quality is the new measure of a knowledge worker. And the question is, of course, how to do it. We have to change shareholder value towards the stakeholders, so involve much more groups, and that's a long-term discussion around the accounting and finance community. We have made a proposal as New Club of Paris to change the gross domestic product towards the national intellectual capital, maybe even sustainable national intellectual capital, as the new measure for nations and rankings. So what is the renewal capital of nations? What is the innovation capital of nations? That's much more important to see that than instead of the gross domestic product. We have to change our view on return on investment towards the return on intellectual capital. When we give loans, when banks evaluate if they will get their money back, and that's also important to change the conditions here, how we get money for future investments. We have to change our perspective and importance of economic growth towards sustainability and peace. We have to change our understanding of population growth much more towards human development, health, and flourishing, or blossoming, as we had this term yesterday in the World Cafe. We have to change efficiency, of course, towards effectiveness. So from doing the things right to doing the right things, focusing on the right things, and in the end, establishing something which is called organizational intelligence. And I'm a long time exchange with Leif and others, how we can make that happen, how we can organize and design organizations around organizational intelligence. Last but not least, to go away from the term profitability towards organizational longevity and resilience, also to focus on these health measures of organizations in the future. And that's basically my input. If you're interested in more, please feel free to read my chapter in the book. That was just a short summary of what I proposed there. And I'm looking forward to continue the discussion on that, because it's really important also for the education of our next generation, to give them other measures of success, what a successful life will be, but also what success in management will mean in the future. Thank you very much. Maybe we do all the presentations and then ask questions. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's the day of surprises, because it's the first time is it okay? It's the first time that we could see our co-authors. I didn't know who they are. And the second surprise is, Stefan, you made such a broad and good introduction that I'm questioning myself what is left for me now. I took the decision on spot now to make a reference to the history of the New Club of Paris, which to me seems to elucidate also a little bit the raison d'être, the rationale why we are doing these things. And if I memorize back to the age when it came into existence, Leif Edvinsson called himself the grandfather of intellectual capital reporting, and we had that nice wordplay that he is the grandfather, I am the father. But at that time, it came to my idea to put the whole story on a political level, and this was more or less a founding situation, because I approached the European Commission I approached the European Commission with this idea of intellectual capital, and this was in a phase of the political development of the European Commission when the so-called Lisbon strategy was put in action. And it turned out that the Lisbon strategy did not work. What was the Lisbon strategy? The Lisbon strategy of the European Commission was to invest in research. These were, today it's called Horizon programs. At that time, they were huge, the first time huge R&D investment program. And they thought it could be that the spin-offs out of these research programs could renovate and develop the European economy with new ideas and high-tech spin-offs, etc., etc. And then it turned out it didn't work. And by the analysis why it didn't work, it turned out that the survival rate of spin-off companies was less than 5 years at that time. And the reason for it was that they forgot about the financial support of developing these companies. Financial support meant at that time that there was no much venture capital at that period, and they had no financial structure to help these new companies to grow. And when I met the European Commission at that time, and interestingly enough, there were 3 general directorates which jumped on the idea to include intellectual capital valuation in the balance sheets of companies. The idea was these companies have no balance sheet history, and for this reason we need to find out something which adds in value to these companies. And the idea to evaluate intellectual capital and put it into the balance sheet was very convincing to them. The only thing why it didn't happen at that time, and this was in the year 2003, 2004, when we had founded that famous Ricardes report, which was the founding situation for the new Club of Paris, was there was one commissioner. At that time there were 16 members of the European Union, and there was one commissioner who was an auditor by profession. It was McCreevy from Ireland, and he was a hardline thinker. And he said, these intellectual capital issue, this is all hot air, and it opens doors for bribery and criminal acts. And since his colleagues at the Commission, the other 15, were no experts in this domain, they said, okay, before we make that decision and create a directive in changing the balance sheet rules, we better leave it as it is. So just think about it. This was in 2003. And only more than, I would guess, 15 years later, the European Commission, or even more than that, in their famous strategies in changing what's called the Green Deal. The Green Deal, a big decision. If you look to the Green Deal discussion at the early stages, you will find out that there was a discussion on what is called dual materiality. Dual materiality means, in essence, that in addition to the financial report, you need to have a second dimension in defining the value of, or defining at least issues of quality like sustainability, etc. Now, then they discovered that the two things are interrelated and that you cannot discuss these two aspects separately. And of course, they discovered that parts of the so-called second materiality needs to be transformed into the first materiality. These things are interdependent, so to speak, that the one level of valuation has an influence on the second one. And this was more or less, I would say, in history of setting up the rules for accounting. And Pierluigi and colleagues know it much better how it works. This was a time when the whole idea of putting forward directives for the GES, for example, started, and today we have a huge discussion between several institutions like the IFRS and you name them, EFAS, and there are many, many bodies, which, by the way, I refer in my article to. They are concerned about how to transform values from the qualitative world into the quantitative financial world. So this is a bit of history and also a bit of legitimation why the new Club of Paris exists, because this was at the founding situation when we started. And since this famous commissioner stopped our initiative, it was Leif Edvinsson, Ahmed Wonfor, and myself said, okay, we cannot stop this discussion, we need to continue. And this was the founding situation of the new Club of Paris. Now, having said so, I was challenged by the three ladies who are the editors of this famous book, which now comes on the market soon. They challenged people like us, sitting here, to give some arguments, what is the future of intellectual capital reporting? Hard times for me. I ended up my article to say I have not a new model, which I would like to have put forward because this is a research program I should offer, but I can give you some ideas what I think should be considered. And I started my article in discussing alternative economic models, and we had, and the first session we had yesterday, also it was a little bit corrupted in the sequence. It was about degrowth, for example, but I made, Anja, bye-bye, they are leaving. I put forward some alternative models in my discussion. And in my studies, I found a very interesting quotation, which I also put into this article, and I would like to repeat it here. It has been brought forward by persons like Mark Fisher's theory on capitalism, capitalistic realism, or complementary socialist realism by Frederick Jameson, and one famous philosopher who is putting forward this idea, or who is very well known at least. I know that also Günter Jokes met him on the book fair in Frankfurt. It's Slavoj Žižek. He is a very provocative philosopher, and the statement they put together was that they said, it is easier to imagine an end to the world than an end to capitalism. Now, this was a disappointing insight I gained. So capitalism cannot be changed. It's more likely that the world ends than the capitalism would end. So I took the decision in my contribution to say, okay, let's assume, also I'm not happy with this situation, and let's find out what can be done within that existing, prevailing capitalistic system. What can we do, what can I do in order to contribute to the challenge which was put forward to me by the three ladies. And the approach I took was that I said, okay, one thing we need to know, we should know how to do is to turn externalities into internalities. That means that things which in the economic world usually are delegated to the world outside of companies, to be of public interest and to be paid by taxes, etc. And the society has to carry as a whole. The typical example is, for example, expenditures for caused by traffic and transport. So the streets, for example, which are built, that they are built with public money, at least in most of the cases. And these are externalities which companies usually did not in the past turn into internalities. They had it not in their balance sheets. And in order to have a more realistic picture, there is a tendency to request companies to put externalities into internalities. And that raises a new challenge to the companies in respect to evaluate, for example, and this is one example is close to my heart, can you evaluate nature? Is it possible to make something like nature accounting? Nature accounting might be of interest if you as a company take resources from nature, or if you damage nature, for example, and you can put a value on that. You have to put that in your own balance sheet in the company in order to take measures you have to pay for in order to regenerate what you have taken before from nature. Now, accounting of nature is a new idea, which is, by the way, for the moment only in discussion. I should ask experts like Pierluigi if that is already underway to be put into the balance sheet standards. As much as I know, it's not yet the case, but there are relevant scientific work being done in this respect. And I would like to refer to an international standardization initiative. There is a standard called ISO 1454. You should not remember that, what I'm saying. But the interesting thing is there are groups of scientists who really are seriously working in the direction to measure how the natural capital can be accounted in a systematic way. And to me, this is important because if you are talking about intellectual capital reporting systems and intellectual capital reports, you need to have some kind of basis, which is accounting usually, in order to know what you can put into your balance sheet and what you keep outside your balance sheet, or what is intellectual capital and what it is not. And I think this idea of evaluating nature and natural issues is something which in the age of sustainability discussions and saving the planet discussion should be considered. Now, having said this, this is just an idea which I made in my contribution. I could go to the details now. What I think should be done to develop a new intellectual capital report system. I ended up my contribution, and that will be my final statement and my final remark. I also felt challenged, of course, that intellectual capital has something to do with artificial intelligence, of course. And the question I put myself is, if you integrate in your company's values results which are produced by an artificial intelligence system, just as let's say a substance you take into your company as a value. Is that something you can put into an intellectual capital report, yes or no? And my contribution to this issue was more or less you have to take decisions case by case. So if you are using generative artificial intelligence and the results of generations of an artificial intelligence system, and you would take this as a value which belongs to your company, you have to think about if this is really part of an intellectual capital or not. And this process, that's of interest, and I think, sorry, we have this, no, it's getting, this we have to take into, sorry, now it's good that I'm coughing, I have to end up my contribution at this point in time. Thank you.
Yeah, I also would like to thank the editors. I think it was really a very good initiative to ask us to examine actually what the developments in intellectual capital have been over the last decades already. And to ask what is actually the reason that it at one time was such a hype, was discussed on highest political levels, and now you don't feel it is such an urgent, important issue. My background has been that I have been an educationalist. I've been director in Commerzbank. I had a department on skill resources and knowledge management, and I used it to cooperate with all kinds of different universities. We addressed the issues on fairs for educational technologies. We worked with Bitkom, which is the Association for Technology in Germany, and they had big conferences on intellectual capital, the NOTEC. We had initiatives in the financial systems, like the Knowledger of the Year was very prestigious. We worked with media like the Financial Times Germany. And so one asks oneself, why has this kind of faded away? And I want to start the other way around. I want to begin with the end of the article, with the end of the chapter I contribute with the title Intellectual Capital I see as companionship, intellectual companionship. And I will give you a few examples first, and then turn back to the categories these fantastic professors who provoked us started with. I will come back in the end to the categories of human capital, structural capital, and relational capital. But I begin with our nice event last night. It was intellectual companionship when the lady came and made us smell and touch and experience the food. That was smelling knowledge. That was a taste of knowledge. It involved our feelings. It was different at the end of the meal, when we had to return the meat, because she made us really celebrate the food and understand what it was all about. At the end of the chapter I contributed, I returned to the new book of Merci Laurent and Leif Edvinsson. And the book is named World-Class Cooking for Solving Global Challenges, Reparadigming Societal Innovation. And that for them was more than a metaphor. They took up the tradition of the French training system, compagnonnage, detail cooking future society, and they were clarifying that the recipe to leverage the companionship includes, among others, caring for a pleasing atmosphere, and Jean-Eric Aubert, we all know him. He was consultant for the World Bank, for OECD, and he comments on this, and he writes, in times of climate change, digital revolution, global pandemics, we need to cook new societies, new ways of life, new forms of business. The ingredients are there, technologies, motivations, ideas, as well as the actors, peoples, groups, individuals, you and me. In other words, we in companionship. That was their conclusion. And the interesting thing is, that if you look in the future, because the nice thing of your provocation with the book was to ask us to reparadigm. And what is the reparadigm? The New Club of Paris always said, we are agenda setters. What agenda? A transformative way of agenda setting is what the Frankfurt Book Fair is doing. They are actually, Frankfurt in that sense is actually the capital of intellectual capital. Because everyone who thinks he is important, he writes a book and then he goes there to propagate it. And if everyone is famous and everyone is important, nobody is famous. And they are all on the same eye level, actually. And the interesting thing is that the International Book Fair doesn't set the agenda themselves, but they choose a guest of honor. And suddenly, a small country like Slovenia is setting the agenda. And they involve the whole city. All the museums work with Slovenia. They show for example, archaeology, like tweets from the past. They work with the Communication Museum, and not just during the time of the book fair, but for half a year. The whole city of Frankfurt. Here, Günther just mentioned the philosopher from Slovenia, but it was a debate in the university, together with a famous critical school of the Frankfurt School, like Habermas and people like that. And they discussed with the Slovenians. So the small thing which reparadigms the whole framework is to have companionship with the guests of honor and make them to be the agenda setter. Another example. One of our great friends and also a member of the New Club of Paris is Anne-Claire Bartel. She started the Ready School. Ready School is refugee for digital integration. All the important people went there, and even the German Chancellor Merkel was there. Guterres, the UN Secretary, has visited the school because it was so great what they were doing. They got refugees, most females ones, who didn't get work in Germany, who were desperate, and they said, oh, we don't care whether you speak German or not. The most important skill at the moment are IT skills, so we start with that. And then you learn German afterwards, and you become an expert. And she was very successful with it. The people got employed. But now the reparadigming, the next step, what she is doing now. She started similar schools in other countries, all over Germany, in Duisburg, in Munich. But now they started a companionship together with an initiative for elderly, for seniors. It's called Ways Out of Loneliness, Wege aus der Einsamkeit. And now suddenly these refugees help the elderly to develop skills in digitalization. The third step is they work together with a hacker group. And now they are so bold that they say, oh, we teach the German workforce to develop their digital skills. The refugees, female refugees, train German workforce to develop digital skills. And that is what I think is moving forward. It's not just another lighthouse project, but it is combining with others, and it's putting it on the new level. And that is the important stuff. And I promised I come back to the categories now. And if you look what actually is happening there, and you would start with human capital. And you would say human capital is actually emotionally augmented intellectual capacity. It's like an augmentation. And you would associate with intellectual capital, oh, decision-making, judgment, skills, abilities, expertise. But on the other hand, you suddenly feel it is an intellectual resource to talk about emotions, about outrage, about empathy, about hate, about enthusiasm, about love, about pride, about shame, about guilt, or what we heard today, institutional trust, that are all emotional, and we take them as self-understood, but we don't really define them as intellectual resources, which they actually are. They are intellectual resources. And you feel that how they are misused. The whole discussion about, for example, what we have now with the conflicts in Palestine or the election, you have reduced it using the emotions, and the emotions trigger the narrative, and the business are triggering the narratives in order to trigger the emotions. But the emotions, again, result in decision-making, result in intellectual judgments. And I think that is important to understand. The structural capital would be the means and tools to express, perceive, and exchange those capacities. And you have the communication media, internet, artificial intelligence, broadcasters, or social media, or what we discussed today, haptical ways of using information like books. You have communication spaces, the physical spaces. That is also what you feel. You eat with your eyes, we say. And you will know that because you are academic director of people who specialize in it. And you have art, you have music, you have performing art, you have painting and sculpture. So we are using it, but we are not defining it like that. And that comes to the most important part now, the structural, the relational capital. The relational capital you can subdivide in the value systems we use, like solidarity. And solidarity is obligio solidaris. Fraternity. Interestingly, the people on the book fair, they discussed solidarity and fraternity, but the Sheroes discussed it. They were called the Sheroes because it was the ladies who promoted it. And they promoted looking at all these kinds of emotions and all these kinds of feelings. So it is not a question of labeling something as intellectual capital, but of understanding what it is. Otto Scharmer was just now distributing again one of his papers. And he talks about structural capital as social processes. He talks about human capital as roots. It's the soil, it's from the you down there, where you look into yourself. It's a soil for the procedures, and then he extends it to the social field. So it is, he uses actually the metaphor of the gardener. And you remember, we talk about similar things, but we label it differently. So companionship is to first have a dialogue with yourself, being your own companion, and being your own companion means not being in a monologue, but in a dialogue, and then work together with others and co-create the future.
Thank you, Günther, and all the panelists of really wonderful presentations and many ideas shared. But I have many questions, and I expect that the audience has questions, but let's wrap up the discussion. Maybe as far as our book is about the future of intellectual capital, could you, in 1 or 2 sentences, just simply conclude, the role of intellectual capital in the future? We see a lot of disruption, a lot of risks, and very beautifully, Stefan mentioned living organizations, leadership is required, cooking of new knowledge based on companionship, really beautiful ideas, but how to put intellectual capital in practice and how to foster, this concept, not only to understand what's behind it, but to put in action, to foster this understanding, what particular steps or any ideas, what could be done by us, not only in the research perspective, but really to put in place and to make impact, and not to leave it disrupted by some factors that are really risky and coming. Just 1, 2 sentences, how would you see what could be done by NCP, by communities, by also researchers in order to put it in practice? Could I ask you, who want to start?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, shortly.
I just would say, I would say important is, and the additional value we have is to use the balance sheet in terms of finding out about incoherences. The incoherences, for example, in the mobility industry, when they produce electric cars, but they don't have recharging equipment. What happened in Germany, BMW did develop the electric cars, and Siemens stopped the charging equipment. And I think the intellectual balance sheet can easily show the incoherence.
Spreading the knowledge on and the idea of intellectual balance sheet. Great. Günther, you have any ideas? Okay, Stefan.
Very short, as we have to close, and looking forward to 2 more scientific presentations now. Change education. Yeah, so that is, I think, where we can have the impact on the next generation, change the education of the next managers towards new measures. That's
Great, thank you. Sladiana, any ideas?
I don't know, I think we should maybe make a shift in that kind of focus. Maybe that resilience, social well-being should be really important. That's also connected with redefining values, success, and everything. But when we do research, when we do to increase visibility, so the global society can see the value of our research, I think the focus should be a little bit. We too much focus on innovation, on financial performance, organizational level, should be more broader. And this kind of, like end of our research, added value should go to social well-being, maybe resilience, right? Something like that. Agree with Stefan, probably changing education will also prepare next generation for, let's say, like better thinking about, let's say, future.
Great, thank you. Aino, any practical?
Okay, I don't know how practical I can be, but well, I think that really to live from thinking the kind of value you want to be creating and for whom, and then trying really to understand that we are at that stage when we don't need to speak about intangible assets as if they were separated from the natural assets, from the physical assets, from the emotional, from the energetic ones. I think that we are at the stage when we can think about the value, what we want to create, and then strategically trying to understand the combination of all of these things. And this will enable us to achieve this kind of balance between the different elements that Gunter Sachs, in my understanding, was referring to.
Thank you very much. We really see our book as an approach to change something and really want to encourage you to read the book. It's already submitted to Springer and will be published in February. So please read the book and distribute the ideas of the possible positive future of intellectual capital in your communities, in your countries. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you all the panelists for a really great contribution. And let's give the word to the academic speakers who are really waiting for their floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, conscious of time and conscious that we have two more speakers to give time to this afternoon. Following an impressive presentation on intellectual capital, what is interesting, I think, about the upcoming two presentations is we're going to talk about the relationship between natural capital and socioeconomic. So we're in the balancing environmental and socioeconomic goals from two different perspectives, but with very similar aspects. So, listening to the previous presentation and the issues of the new knowledge economy, I think we're going back to the original. But maybe that's just my age that's saying that. Because I remember the Brundtland report in, when was it? 1980-something, 1987, that talked about SEE, social, economic, environmental, as being the three pillars of sustainability. And they became the root of the SDGs, original SDGs, and they became the root for ESGs, for companies. So, the Brundtland report then talked about how we meet the present without compromising the future. And indeed, the link now is ever more crucial between socioeconomic issues and nature. Given okay, you would know my perspective if you heard me this morning, given the current and future climate crisis. So it's my pleasure to introduce two speakers this afternoon who are going to tell us much more about this than I know. And first of all, I'd like to introduce Professor Bodo Steiner, although he said I hadn't to call him a professor, but I have, so there we go, who is basically looking at, let me get this right, the EU's novel regulation on deforestation-free supply chains and what are the expected implications on SMEs is exporting to the EU. For me, this goes way beyond the EU. I'm just going to tell you one of my favorite quotes. I'm sorry, I'm taking time. Does anyone here know Mark Carney? Ex-professor, ex-head of the Bank of England, an economist, of course. He's interesting now. I think he's cast off his economic leanings. But he stood up once in a session I was in and talked, or he set up, it was a BBC Reith Lectures he was in, and he stood up and said, okay, I can value Amazon, the company. I know how much it's worth. I know all this. I cannot say how much the Amazon forest is worth until I cut it down, chop up the wood, and turn it into farmland. Hey, he didn't think that was the right way to value the Amazon. So perhaps we're going to learn a bit about the value of nature or some of the challenges that we face in that particular area. Over to you, Boris.
So much. That really appreciate, and thanks for the introduction, which really leads over. And also thanks for the book launch, because you gave us several keywords. That is, you mentioned the European Green Deal. And this is briefly what I want to get into. And we don't want to present it from that small perspective, but trying to make that balance. Also, look, our session title, Balancing Environmental and Socioeconomic Goals. I will give you an example where a good intention, that is, we want to raise triple bottom line sustainability, leads in practice to conflicting sustainability implications. That is, a sustainability standard is implemented and it raises, for example, environmental sustainability, but it lowers social sustainability standards, or it raises, in our case, also financial sustainability of the farmers in question, and it lowers environmental sustainability. So, policy implications. I also want to briefly relate to the earlier session today. Here we have an example, what we did on Finland, of the role of emotional capital. You were talking about emotional capital, we talk about social capital. That is, when you design, when you co-create urban space and you think of urban farming, etc., there are additional positive externalities in terms of social capital that really could be taken into account when you build a house, when you create these in this case, new residential buildings. That is, today in Finland, in Helsinki, we had sociologists working with us. Clearly, they are pricing in these positive externalities, trust, social capital, community building, when they design new buildings, as an example. And also, I wanted to point out to a book where we are a little footnote in it, a chapter on the economy for the common good. In this book, you will also find on new urban designs chapters. That is a chapter from Ernst Ulrich von Weizsäcker on the 50 years of the Club of Rome. He's a Club of Rome member, and we have a short chapter in that Club of Rome book to celebrate the 50th. Really take a look at that book. Very short chapters, nice read. Now, coming back to the Green Deal. Let me remind you, the Green Deal is going down the drain. Manfred Weber, the head of the Christian Democratic Union in the European Parliament, this week has basically derailed this deforestation-free supply chain directive by pushing what used to be the liability to say, we want, for example, when we as Aldi import products such as coffee, cocoa, mangoes from African countries, we want to make sure that you as traders have the liability and need to partly cover the cost of compliance and of obtaining information that down the value chain at the production level, everything is fine. There's no, or limited, child labor, there's no deforestation, etc. Now, there was last week a change not only of a one-year delay that had been proposed, but also the entire regulation has been watered down so that the liability is no longer with the traders, but it is even pushed further to the farmers. And that reinforces what we found in our little study, that already now, this is my bottom line, the implications for the small scale, for the SMEs in African and other countries are going to be much worse as a result of the reform of the current Green Deal, to which this deforestation-free supply chain directive belongs to. So we're going backwards, even in that case. And it's a clear example of greenwashing as a result of negotiations in the European Parliament to settle, as of yesterday also, to settle a commission that is functionable. Yesterday, the European Commission settled so that they can function, yesterday, with the new hearings that you probably heard about during last week. So all this, the conclusion is, for SMEs in African countries, not good news. What I'm talking about, and Jean-Pierre after me, is part of this Making Agricultural Trade Sustainable project that I introduced before. And I just want to also mention, we had specific SDGs against which we benchmarked each case study. Where are we today? We derived leverage points from the case studies as policy recommendations. And we also wanted to translate them, because I believe the SDGs in 2015 were never conceived to be directly applied to businesses, by businesses. We translated the SDGs through the Global Reporting Initiative to measure the degree of achievement of an SDG at the case study level, at the commodity level, at the business level, at the value chain level. Let me also mention, talking about SDGs, I was co-supervisor of this master thesis, Sustainability Report and Practices Through an Institutional Lens, a comparative case study of Fazer and Ferrero. Fazer in Finland is the equivalent to what Ferrero is in Italy, and we looked at how did the disclosure quality change over time. This is a qualitative study, and this, in the case here of Fazer, it's going down the drain. This is not very quantitative, but just to give you an example, there are many studies, including this master thesis, that has looked at sustainability reporting quality. And just to mention, here we compared Finland to Italy in terms of comparing Fazer, and we find the most relevant differences in the quality of disclosure between those two companies, perhaps countries, is related to information on the risks related to the business activities and ethics. So in Finland, we're doing a little bit better if we think of Fazer as a company. But again, there's really much to say about disclosure quality, which was also addressed this morning. And we find plenty of evidence that we're not going really in the right direction, and that we are increasingly observing greenwashing, which really is an issue with regard to legitimacy of business activity in society, obviously. Back to deforestation, back to me highlighting, thank you, Katharina, in the background for all her work. And let me go straight to it. So the Green Deal is part of our question. We asked, how does the EU Green Deal affect SMEs with respect to those who are exporting high-value commodities? And those commodities we contrasted, directly related to what Katharina said already earlier, we contrasted companies that were certified for sustainable production practices with companies that were not certified, and wanted to get a feeling about differences here. Obviously, deforestation, here being in focus, has a big role to play. Is in Finland at the moment highly discussed with regard to peat, for example, with regard to the biodiversity loss and, of course, the global emissions reduction potentials that are related to deforestation, to peat use, peat harvesting, and in that sense, deforestation globally obviously is a big issue. What are our two research questions that I just want to focus on for now? Number one, how is the uptake of voluntary sustainability standards related to deforestation and related to labor standards in the value chains? This is the key question for us. And number two, from a triple bottom line perspective, do we identify and can we quantify trade-offs so that we are putting into place a sustainability standard, but actually in practice, it leads to a reduction of one of the triple bottom line pillars and an increase of another at the same time. Can we quantify, can we specify this? Same study area and same sample here, like we had it this morning, and you see at the bottom the additional extension that we are now contrasting the certified with non-certified farmers. And we have two models, thanks to Katharina here. That is one model where we have looked at the deforestation problem in terms of a logistic regression model, because we observe different levels of deforestation. And on the right-hand side, we look at working conditions as part of a binary logistic regression, where we look at the odds of certification being explained by what factors. And without looking at the mathematics and statistics, let's just look directly at the results. Export-oriented production in terms of avocado, mangoes, etc. also here is a clear example in our case for conflicting triple bottom line sustainability objectives and implications. There is a trade-off that we have to take into account. So if we as consumers are buying, a sustainability labeled product, it's not always good. And we need to make transparent to us as consumers via carbon footprint, via certification systems that at the same time also become clear about labor conditions. What are these trade-offs? Otherwise, it is greenwashing and it remains greenwashing. We need more transparency and really dissect the triple bottom line very clearly. So in our case, we see that export orientation is positive with regard to the economic bottom line. It supports farm-level income through high value added, yes, but at the cost of environmental sustainability, because those farmers who are certifying more are at the same time chopping down the forests to expand the area for export-oriented crops, such as avocado and mango. Clear-cut example. Secondly, farms that produce indigenous commodities, that is indigenous mango trees, relative to export commodities like the Hass avocados that many of us eat, they are less likely to engage in deforestation. Another example of using indigenous varieties and not forcing local value chains toward global value chains, right, sustains really sustainability, environmental sustainability. So export orientation is in clear conflict with environmental sustainability, especially when we give farmers through our here Western economies-driven certification scheme, when we drive, when we nudge basically, of course, the local farmers in Africa to switch to those export-oriented varieties that are most acceptable for us as Western communities. We are providing incentives to increase deforestation and thereby affect the environmental sustainability negatively. Then we can be more precise. We can even say bigger firms are likely creating bigger environmental problems, which is of course not new per se, but we can specify it here. We can say to the policymakers, look, we can clearly say for these different farm sizes, you can actually specify negative environmental externalities very clearly. Farm size positively is associated with deforestation, right? We can literally put a number on the externality. And that goes back, you could even link it to the debate that we have in Europe with meat taxation. The level of a meat tax or the level of an avocado price tax could be linked to our number here, right? So I would really think what we do as economists has useful value, creating transparency, but often it's not taken into account, it's not priced into the market, because of course there are big disincentives to do that. All the certification agents and many value chains have incentives to keep that transparency at a lower level, but there's a lot of happening in that sense below the surface. Then, when you provide incentives for farmers, for SMEs to pick up, to be adopting global GAP certification, that is to be certified for more sustainable production, practices, you're providing the farmers, the producers, to adopt irrigation. And the result is more deforestation, right? So we can even say there's a clear link between deforestation and irrigation as a function of providing incentives through adopting sustainability certification standards. More irrigation is not always good. Think about the debate that we have in Germany also, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also in Finland, supports irrigation infrastructure in less developing countries. This can have negative environmental implications with respect to deforestation, right? We have to look at the micro picture here. I don't want to look at the econometrics of the model results from Katharina, thank you here, but just to highlight in 2 minutes, and then I really finish, what are the results with labor conditions? Number one, the voluntary sustainability standards here, the certification, is positively associated with improving working conditions at the farm level in the value chain. So really we can see there is a positive impact of certification on social sustainability with regard to working conditions. It becomes then more difficult with regard to the certification leading to increasing higher financial risks and higher costs on individual firms. So we can clearly say and specify the cost. The certification is much more costly for individual farmers and smaller farmers, and there's a big incentive to create cooperatives and to support also through local subsidies, like we have it in France and in Germany with the Raiffeisen system, to support cooperatives. Cooperatives reduce transaction costs, cooperatives reduce the certification costs at the group level, and thereby make sense as an organizational form to be supportive, to really benefit from certification. So the results highlight the advantages of group membership, which is really, for when we have been to Tanzania and to Kenya last year, a big issue for the local policymakers, because the ministry asked us, what can we do to make sustainability certifications work? And a simple tool is support cooperative groups in specific ways, and not support individual farmers with individual subsidies. So we also see that if we are supporting certification, there's a long-term return to increasing the labor conditions on the farm. So each additional year of business experience increases the likelihood of voluntary sustainability certification, improved labor conditions, and there is really, at the farm gate, at the cooperative gate as well, you can see there's a return to investment. So that's a clear relationship between business experience increasing and at the same time increasing better labor conditions. And my last take-home message here is policy makers should make more transparent, number one, what are the conflicting sustainability implications, like I said, our triple bottom line trade-off, when they support sustainability certification scheme. So more organic is not automatically better. More sustainability certification is not better. You have to question according to what of the triple bottom lines. Are there conflicting implications? When you implement a transparent policy design that targets the inclusion of negative externalities in an equitable manner, then that improves societal legitimacy of those certification schemes. If you don't do this in a transparent way, to make transparent what are these trade-offs, I believe in the future we will have more greenwashing that will erode societal legitimacy for those forms of certification, and that will erode the future, acceptability, of course, of sustainability standards per se in the future. And really, I bet a bottle of Italian Primitivo that in 2 years you will read that thanks to the Deforestation Free Supply Chain Directive of the EU, a lot of small-scale farmers were excluded from global value chains. which is the exact opposite of the wording that was concluded 2 years ago by the European Parliament. The idea was we want to have inclusive growth, we want to have inclusive value chains. But what happens now is that because the compliance costs of these new measures, these new sustainability schemes, they are of course proportionately higher for smaller enterprises. It's down to economies of scale, right? The compliance costs are higher, and now the liability is even further shifted down to those smallholder farms instead of being shared partially by the traders, right? So you will see, we will see that it goes against the original intention to support sustainability in a social and environmental sense by excluding small firms from those value chains so that Lidl and Aldi, they will have to stay competitive, exclude those smallholders and increasingly go contract with big suppliers, mango, coffee, etc. And we should be, as consumers, really careful about these conflicting objectives.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I think we're more or less out of time, but please finish. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So in some senses, that triple bottom line, what we're doing is sacrificing two parts of it for one part, economic über alles. What? No? Economics. And we are going backwards. I mean, I came from Northern England where I worked there for a very long time, where we have a lot of cooperatives. We have the origin of many cooperatives in the UK. And when we went to ask down south about innovation and cooperatives, they said, oh, we don't want that northern stuff down here. We don't like that, so we won't do cooperatives. But I think that's fascinating to get that balance across the triple bottom line. So thank you. Is there any specific quick question while we set up the next one? Quick question.
Not a quick question, but just information which you may know. Since I'm a fan of Alexander von Humboldt, he made the discovery in 1804 in the Lake Valencia in Ecuador that the deforestation around the sea created a hell lot of environmental hazards, and the community living in the community living from the sea water had considerable problems. So we are going 220 years back with the insight that deforestation has catastrophic consequences. Humboldt, in his trip to South America.
Immensely interesting, and thank you for that. Now it is our turn to hear from Jean-Pierre Imborgiano. No, I don't know my pronunciation, but there you go. I try to be Italian, but I'm not working. Jean-Pierre, are you ready to start?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so we're looking at we're looking at a different value chain, but perhaps we're looking at some of similar issues. So over to you, Jean-Pierre.
Okay, thanks very much. Kathy, are you going to handle the slides for me? Is that okay?
Oh, you don't ask me to do anything technical.
You just need to click, you know, whenever they appear. So sorry, I have the pleasure to be the last presenter at this conference somehow. So I thought I'd do things a bit different. I remember there was a mic to walk around. That's amazing. So we can actually try to be a little bit interactive. So maybe it's not just me going to be talking. Maybe I can narrate the presentation with you to a certain extent. So we will see how that works. And it's going to be a bit difficult after all these talks, and also like Bodo now showing the complexity around such topics, like in that case deforestation and how it interacts with voluntary sustainability standards. So I will try to bring us a little bit back to the topic of the conference, because that's, I think, what last presenters sometimes do. And I felt like maybe with this topic I can actually do that. So we have as a conference theme Beyond Sustainability, Knowledge Capital and Alternative Economics for the Anthropocene. So and I was basically with the topic that I'm going to bring up here around performance questions, wondering, do we know? Do we have that knowledge to know in the sustainability context? Do we know what actors do, how they perform? Can we kind of state it comprehensively? Do we have the abilities to say what individual firms do in terms of their performance and how it connects to perhaps scales where we want to make statements about, such like, does the performance of an individual firm matter on a global scale, on climate change or social inequality and the dimensions we look at? So do we know? Does somebody know? Anyone? Do we? I mean, we talk about knowledge capital, intellectual capital in a new age that's going to come. Like, do we know? Okay, I don't know. I did a PhD on the topic, on sustainability performance, and I'll get to that. I kind of came to understand we don't know really much, but that's not necessarily the point of this presentation. But what we did here was to look at sustainability performance in one specific case, which is Nordic oats value chains, where we would usually think there would be perhaps things go in a way that we can say it works. All right, Kathy, next slide. Thank you. How much time do I have? 10 minutes, right? Okay. So Bodo, Katharina, and me, we are kind of new to this community, knowledge management, knowledge economy, and so on. But for me, like looking up, okay, what are people interested in when they say like sustainability is relevant in this context? So you also, like, you start from this premise being like, the time for looking only at profit generation is over. So we look at more complex kind of indicators. We look at knowledge systems which are gonna be like demanding information along new lines where we may not have the data, we may not have that insight, and yet we want to kind of take appropriate decisions along the way. And so these assessments, they become more and more challenging. And so yeah, now I'm seeing that the slides, of course, they're a bit shortened. So I will have to shorten my talk perhaps as well, but that's okay after this conference. So it's going to become more and more challenging to understand what's actually going on. So next slide. Thank you. Okay, we can, however, say that although, like from a research point of view, there is all this interest already for 20 or 30 years now to think about like, okay, how do we assess that performance and things like that? It's not really that it's always in the focus or that we can really say, how do we, sort the good from the bad apples and things like that? Like, do we have that knowledge precise enough that we could actually do that? And where you can see it popping up now as a real problem is that ESG debate, especially in the investment sector. So again, we are in the area where the term capital is relevant, where people invest, and where we said environmental, social, and governance dimensions, ESG have become really important. And just now in the past weeks, maybe somebody of you is following that more closely than I do, like we had this debate around, is ESG actually relevant for financial markets, or is it going to disappear again because it was just a fad? And we can then say, like on such a basis, like it's not a research gap, it's almost like an ongoing need to improve our assessment capabilities, of course, to improve the data that we have and so on, in order to understand who's performing better than others and how are we going to make decisions around that. Next slide. Thanks. Okay. So we've been looking at a peculiar case around this at Nordic oats value chains. So why is it a peculiar case? Because they are in oats kind of considered as being environmentally friendly by default. Wow, no cow. I guess you heard that before. Yeah. So it's kind of like we have at least one company which really understood to ride the wave of the climate change discourse and to create a new marketing campaign and to present itself as being by default environmentally friendly. And we are in the Nordics where we also say that in these countries social performance is maybe also happening somewhat better by default, being due to the social welfare state, be it because these firms, as some say, are better in performing along social sustainability indicators. But there was also an interesting piece of writing in the California Management Review recently about Nordic firms being outstanding for having long-term goals, collaborating with stakeholders, and so on. So there's much happening where we say, when we look at Nordic oats, that should be top, all right? So we looked at this case around how can we assess their sustainability performance. So now I want to ask you, I want to try again to be a bit more interactive. What do you think is going to come out? Results. Who has an idea? Guess, informed guesses.
I don't know, probably wrong assumptions, right? But
So it's not by default?
it's not.
Environmental by default?
No, no.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's more about value chain.
Okay, so like value, financial value, chain, processing. Okay. Okay.
Doesn't mean. I don't know. That's my, let's say, like my observation about the topic.
Okay, good. Do we have one more opinion, perhaps? Just in case somebody has something burning to say about Nordic oats. Wow, no cow. Bodo, you're still here. Do you want to say something? No? Okay, great. All right. Next slide. Yeah. So I'll keep this very short. It's like kind of methods part. I mean, just like there was in the beginning a literature review, like which SDGs are relevant, how can we can actually put the next slide already. Yeah. How did we like map the SDGs to the global reporting initiatives? So we have a framework with indicators. Then we looked at some of the Nordic oats players, sustainability reports, what is there. Then we had interviews with value chain SMEs, then like more in the processing space, and finally there was also some survey done, but I think that one was more on the resilient space. That was all part of the larger project that Bodo had talked about before. So we came through all this back to GRI indicators, what has been achieved, and can we actually draw conclusions about SDGs and which are relevant and so on. So just for you as the background, there was like this loop process going on for us to come to some conclusions. Next slide. Okay, and here we are. So we can say that if we look at these indicators, generally speaking, to cut to the chase, they perform relatively well, but there is somehow a dimension of ongoing reduced dimension towards social sustainability. So people, stakeholders kind of acknowledge or say that it's almost like it doesn't really matter that much in the discourse. Why would it? I mean, you are well performing by default, right? And then you have social sustainability. Again, I think there is something missing from the slide here, which is it's attached to HR departments. So HR managers take care of that. So it's kind of like how you want to integrate in the firm, like you do you could almost say the bare minimum to a certain extent. And what it comes down to is basically that farmers are not really included in this spectrum. It's like the questions of how do you price when you buy oats from the producers? How are they organized? How transparent is it? How do you leverage your market power on them? And all these kind of things, don't talk about it. You know, let's keep it low. Yeah? And that's interesting to think about because it's, you know, it's this, I mean, I don't want to point just, it's not about one company, but it's this wow, no cow context, right? It's by default. So what we're wondering here is like, okay, like generally for the future, it's like how can we increase attention to these topics for firms that we generally by default think they perform well? How can we address issues for those who are less powerful in value chains or in the, just in the line of production? In this case, it was the farmers. And also, how can we address when certain topics which are supposedly relevant to all of us in our societies are siloed to a certain bare minimum? Next slide, Kathy. So it comes down to increasing transparency. It comes down to thinking about how are we doing these translation processes, like when we say we do want to know about these dimensions and how are we going to look at them. And it comes down to understanding, and I think that's a nice thing that came up during this conference, that also something like performance around sustainability is relational or co-created, or it's experience, it's people take part in discourse. So it's not just about the indicators and the GRI or something like that, but we need to look at the people involved and talk to them. So that's what we've done here as part of this project, and think that we may have gotten a bit of a different point of view on how this industry is working, oats in this case, and what it means about what we know about sustainability in this context. I do think this was it. If there is, oh yeah, that was the cold slide. Thank you very much. Mic is off.
Okay, it's on now. Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. And thank you to our last two speakers for their patience, their understanding, and their flexibility of moving their session to the pinnacle of what has been a fabulous conference. We are we have reached the official formal end of the talks, discussion. Jean-Pierre and Bodo is still here, so you can ask them questions, but I believe that I need to have Pierre Luigi come up, and of course he needs immense thanks for all the organization, but we have a critical session to undertake now, which is, if I get the right title, awards for best paper and most innovative paper. And oh my goodness, I'm surrounded. Okay.
So 2 awards kindly awarded by the World Capital Institute, New Club of Paris, and University of Catania about the best paper award, and it's in fact the most inspirational paper award. And you go for the best paper award, I go for the most inspirational paper award to announce.
I would like to say that it was quite difficult to decide for the best paper award, basically because are not paper, but it's work related to research, very precise, with methodological approach, absolutely interesting and even creative. So we decide all together, that means me, Kati Gardner and Stefan Gulbe, to give the best paper award to Steiner Bodo and Katrina Ui. Please come.
Thank you. Very well put forward. Thank you. Very proud of his mom. Very proud of his mom. So that is how it should be with the next generation, yeah. And then, and we do it together, Cassie, we have one clear winner also of the Inspirational Paper Award. We saw a lot of fantastic presentations, but I think one was outstanding, and that was the one of Ines Clem. Congratulations.
So we come towards the end of this wonderful event, and I can't find the words really to say thanks to our principal convener and host of this event, Professor Pierluigi Catalfo. Please be upstanding and thank him. Excellent.
And of course, the entire organizing team, Salvatore, the technical support. all people involved, and it's not over yet. We will continue tomorrow, so the 23rd we will have an underground table.
And now in the Antico Convento, in 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, we have an aperitif very, involving, I hope, because it's something that we can share together. Not only, of course, the wine, but even the possibility to talk with someone who is involved in arts in this country, in this province. There will be there one actor, one painter, I forgot. one painter, one photographer, and there will be even Stefania. But Stefania, as I told you, is not just a person who worked with me for this activity. She's running a very important initiative on photography, and she's the, let's say, owner of the Photo Fest here in Ragusa. And she is a really able and very sensitive person, able to involve people all around the world and bring them in Ragusa to show their work and their arts and their feeling. So please join us, let's say in 10 minutes, in 15 minutes, and if you like.
You showed us the history, the art, the intellectual capital of Ragusa, the gold of Ragusa. And I brought with me the gold of Switzerland, which is the chocolate, as a small present. So, for all your efforts, here's the gold of Switzerland. Thank you so much. For all the organizing team to share.